The best place to hide the truth is in the pages of a book.
Maybe we should just read. Maybe we should just read.
Welcome to Hayes Reviews. Alright, hello everybody. This is Nick, creator of Hayes Reviews. We are broadcasting tonight out to YouTube, Rumble and Odyssey with another live book reading. Tonight we are going to be concluding our series on the Milner-Fabian conspiracy. What a book. This is part 16. This is the longest book we've read through on the channel, and I've been putting some real long episodes out. three and a half hours. I think the longest one we did was 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we did that on the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, which was a very nice kind of inverted synchronicity that happened. But tonight is going to be the final installment. We've got 50 or so pages to finish in the book, so it's going to be a lot of reading. The introductory preamble ramble is not going to be very long, I hope. But strap yourselves in, get comfortable, get a drink, maybe a snack, because it could be a long one tonight. I will just say that right up front. So deep thanks and gratitude to people tuning in on the live stream. I can see already we've got Celine Lyon, Frank, LJ, David James Flood over on YouTube. Very lovely indeed to have you here. We got Turbs over on Rumble as well. And Odyssey is just quiet. All good. People on Odyssey, you don't have to comment in the chat. But if you do comment in the chat, I'm going to read it out. And everyone's going to know that you're tuning into Hayes Reviews. So if you want to keep it on the down low, I understand. That's fine. But yeah, it's wonderful to have you here tuning in live. And also, I must say, as I always say, if you're tuning in on the replay, then please remember that there is a pinned comment underneath the video with timestamps in it, and you can use that to navigate to various points of the video. If you want to jump ahead, skip the introduction, get straight into the reading, the meat and potatoes, skip the starter. You're not interested in the prawn cocktail, you don't want that soup. Soup's boring. Who wants to eat soup? Get straight to the main course, get that steak and chips, and find out what Ioan Ratiu has to say in his concluding chapter of this book, which is chapter 10, Islamization. So we started this chapter already, and we made a dent in it on Tuesday's broadcast and got it started, but we have a massive amount to finish off, and it's been quite an amazing chapter. Not only has it been a great chapter, but this whole book has been good. We had a few comments in the chats before the live stream started just saying what a great book this has been. It's been a very eye-opening book, and it's tied together a lot of things that I have been learning about, things that I didn't know about up until a couple of years ago when I started reading these books. Basically 2 years ago, I started reading, one of the first books I read was Hidden History by Jerry Doherty and Jim McGregor. That book blew my mind because it explained about the British establishment's involvement in World War I. What they did, the way they maneuvered, the way they rolled out their diplomats to make promises, to make alliances in order to ensure that some conflict would arise between Germany and everybody else. And they did it twice, World War I and World War II. Now, that's not the narrative that we get told through our war documentaries, through our films and the Hollywood productions that explain what went on at that time. But it is a narrative that is backed up by the records and the archival research, the letters, the private papers, etc. These kind of things that are hidden out of view in dusty shelving at the bottom, maybe sometimes underground in basements of libraries and archives in various places around the country, universities. And Jim McGregor and Jerry Doherty went in, did all that reading and that research, and compiled an incredible book called Hidden History. And that book really launched my investigations, which are culminating in the Milner-Fabian conspiracy. And it's tying all that stuff together, all the different things that I've been learning about on this channel in the books that I've been reviewing. Operation Paperclip was another early one that I read. I read that. It's a book by Tom Bauer, Operation Paperclip. I reviewed that on the channel. And then I also, what was the other one I did? Lord Milner's Second War as well. I reviewed that on the channel. Then I did IBM and the Holocaust by Edwin Black, reviewed that. These were all book reviews where I just read a few quotes and I made an hour video just explaining the shocking things that I learned in these books. And then I transitioned to long form reading of the full books themselves, and that's and the rest is history, as they say. And here we are tonight, concluding our 10th book on the channel, the full read through with introductory and explanatory notes added by yours truly at the beginning of a lot of the videos. So I hope you're all doing well out there, and you are settled in, and you are in, looking forward to another edifying and educational experience, because that's what it's all about. So yes, let's see what we got. Frank is saying that the book is truly excellent. Milner-Fabian Conspiracy. Celine Lyon agrees. Says there's been some fantastic quotes as well from this book, ready for harvesting, which is very true. I've got a lot of little blue sticky notes in here marking out important pages. In this book, there's quite a few bits where he just puts together a paragraph that does such a good job of describing what's going on and really getting to the heart of the things and the agendas that we're living through, that they are worth quoting in their entirety. LJ as well says this book has been a good one, saying, I love this book. And thank you for the channel. You're very welcome, LJ. Thank you for showing up. Gwen, good evening to you. Glad to have you here. Steak and chips. Celine Lyon is now drooling because I mentioned steak and chips and saying that's on the menu for tomorrow night. Good. Steak and chips, one of my favorite meals. And, the only way you can improve it is to get rid of the chips and add another steak and just have steak and steak. So, cool. I think we're about ready to kick off tonight's show. And, yes, it might be a long one. So, get comfy. So the preamble ramble, like as I mentioned, it's got a theme that I was thinking about, and because the thesis of the book is largely to do with how the native populations of Europe are having their cultures undermined and having their way of life upset and having their homeland changed permanently without their consent, against their best interests. And it's a very sensitive topic, and I'm choosing my words very carefully, because when you talk about this kind of thing, you often get called names such as racist, all right, or far-right extremist, or worse, and so figuring out how to talk about these things in a way that doesn't trigger other people's dismissive learned responses is very important, because these are very real things that we're living through, and it's not happened by accident. It's an agenda. It's been done on purpose. Each government has successively, one after the other, put more legislation and policy in place to make this happen. So it's not a left or right thing. The book gives us a really deep history of the labor movement, the Labor Party, and its connections with the Fabian socialists. But it's not just the Labour Party that's been doing this, as Keir Starmer himself came out and said on the clip that I showed in one of the preamble rambles. This last Conservative government has been running an open borders experiment, and it has been happening as a matter of policy. Those were Keir Starmer's words. So Keir Starmer tells you that it's Conservatives doing it, and this book explains to you how it's the British Labour Party doing it. Point being, the left and the right, the blue and the red, they are two wings of the same bird of prey. It's a bird of prey, and it has got its talons pointed at the throats of the native peoples of not only of this country where I am, where many of my viewers are, but also Europe in general. And so understanding this and talking about it and having language to use to describe it that isn't going to trigger people's defensive, rote, learned, dismissive reactions is really critical. And one of the ways that I thought you can bring this up to people and point it out in a way that is completely undeniable, right, is to use Wikipedia. Because the most normie of normaltons goes to Wikipedia and believes everything that's written on there and says, well, it's not on Wikipedia, so it can't be true, right? So I found a way to show people that this agenda is proven by Wikipedia. And I shared this snapshot to my Telegram channel. So if you're not part of that, please join it. But I thought I would go through it again quickly now, just to make people aware of it who might not have been aware of it before. So it all starts with this black fist, which is the symbol of black pride, which is part of a series of black power. Now, firstly, I'll say that calling people, I'm say what you want about him, but Michael Jackson, he had some good messages, and one of them was, it don't matter if you're black or white, right? And it's a stupid way to describe people anyway, because nobody's black and nobody's white. It's we're all kind of we're on a spectrum, and we're all sort of like pinky brown and a sort of spectrum of that, right? But anyway, we're stuck with these words, and these are the words that most people know, and so we have to sort of utilize the language and the labels that most people are familiar with in order to communicate with them, right? Because otherwise they'll get confused. So Wikipedia tells us on the Black Pride page that Black Pride is a movement which encourages black people to celebrate their respective cultures and embrace their African heritage. Nothing wrong with that, right? I think culture should be celebrated, and I think heritage should be celebrated. There's nothing wrong with having a culture and caring about and knowing where you come from and keeping that way of life thriving and in mind as you live your life. It's very good to know who you are and where you come from. And I think encouraging the celebration of that, no problem. I haven't got a problem with that at all. In the United States, this initially developed for African American culture and was a direct response to white racism. Okay, so the whites, they're being racist, and it's like, well, this is no good. Let's kick the racism out of here and have a bit of pride in ourselves, which makes sense, right? That's probably a reasonable, sensible response to racism. This was prevalent during the civil rights movement, and it was stemming from the idea of black power. This movement emphasizes racial pride, economic empowerment, and the creation of political and cultural institutions. So it's quite wide-ranging, isn't it? I mean, especially this bit about like, okay, economic empowerment, so making more money and being able to support yourselves and your family and your loved ones. That's pretty important for anyone to be able to do that. And then also the creation of institutions that are going to look after you, your family, your loved ones, your communities. It all sounds very good and noble and righteous, and it sounds like something that would be hard to argue against, right? So that's Black Pride. We've also got Asian Pride. Asian Pride is a term that encourages celebration of Asian ethnicity and culture with various interpretations and origins. It can involve advancing Pan-Asianism and critiquing the West. All right, so that bit was curious to me, that Asian Pride, it also involves criticizing the West, which... that's sort of the flip side of it. It's a strange thing to roll in there, okay, being proud of who you are and where you come from and your culture and everything, but to also include, the critiquing of the non-Asians, then you're kind of getting into sort of strange territory in my eyes. But anyway, it doesn't. It just says it can involve, not that it does. So some Asian Pride enthusiasts like to criticize the West, not all. But it tells us in the United States it has roots in counterculture, rejecting stereotypes, and empowering Asian Americans. All sounds very good indeed. Rejecting stereotypes, empowerment, that's excellent. The phrase "got rice" emerged as a symbol of cultural identity and pride. Hang on a sec. I thought we were rejecting stereotypes. Okay, but obviously, only not that stereotype. Not the stereotype that Asians only eat rice. We'll keep that one. We'll own that one, and we'll make a line of merchandise that we can sell. A lot of people got this t-shirt campaign. This was a t-shirt campaign, apparently. Got rice. So yeah, some stereotypes were rejected, the ones they don't want, but then other stereotypes they'll keep and use and profit off it and turn it into a business. So all right, that's cool. That the Asian pride, the people celebrating this, they have a bit of they're trying to, they got to make a buck. They got to take care of themselves. They got to be economically successful, like we all do, and getting a little t-shirt hustle on the go. Why not? What's the harm in that? But the key takeaway here is that we are encouraging the celebration of ethnicity and culture linked to Asian peoples. So we've got the Black Pride is an encouragement and a celebration of Black peoples. We've got the Asian Pride is an encouragement and a celebration of the Asian peoples. Wonderful. So far, so good. I think we're seeing the pattern. We're understanding how it unfolds and how it applies to be proud about your either your color or the ethnicity or race that you belong to. Wicked. So moving on, we've got this page which is just called Pride. Just Pride, all of Pride, every bit of Pride. The word Pride itself stands for LGBTQ culture. So LGBTQ culture, I think that's how you say it. I don't know if there's a correct way or not to say this, but this tells us that Pride is the promotion of rights, self-affirmation, dignity, equality, and increased visibility of the LGBTQ people as a social group. So that all sounds pretty good as well. I mean, it's good to understand rights and people's rights and stick up for them and protect them and defend them. I think dignity and equality are also very important for people who do not have these or have these taken away from them under force or duress. Sticking up for people's dignity, defending equality, making sure people have an equality of access to opportunity, very important. And increased visibility, because of course nobody should be invisible or hidden or sidelined or left out or forced to go underground, right? Visibility, fine. So pride in the LGBTQ culture involves a lot of stuff that sounds very good. Self-affirmation, okay, promotion of rights, excellent. Pride, it tells us Pride has lent its name to LGBTQ themed organizations, institutions, foundations, book titles, periodicals, a TV channel, and a library. That is, well, the first thing I thought when I read that was like, that's a big business. That's a big market. That's a lot of dollar, isn't it? If you've got all that stuff going on it. So they're taking a lesson perhaps from the Asians with their little t-shirt hustle of the Got Rice campaign, while they're smashing stereotypes with their Got Rice campaign. And the LGBTQ people are taking it even further, and they got a TV channel and the book publishing, and they got a library and institutes of some description. I don't know what exactly. He doesn't elaborate, but it all sounds good, positive. These are all things that I think very few people would argue against, right? Rights, determination, the celebration, the encouraging of the celebration of your ethnic and cultural identity. All sounds very good, very positive so far. I think we are understanding exactly what Pride is all about, and I think we get it, right? And presumably it applies to everybody. So I thought, all right, let's check. Just out of interest, because we know what's coming next, right? Once you've got 3 points like this, you can draw a straight line, and you can see where the next point on that straight line is going to be. So I went over to White Pride, and there was a bit of a 90-degree turn here, kind of a shock, a bit of a twist in the story, plot twist. White Pride, okay, what's White Pride all about then? Well, White pride and white power are expressions primarily used by white separatist, white nationalist, fascists, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist organizations in order to signal racist or racialist viewpoints. Okay, bit of a plot twist, as I said. Didn't see this coming. Didn't expect this to be what was written on the White Pride page. Continuing, it's also a slogan used by prominent Ku Klux Klan group Stormfront, and a term used to make racist and racialist viewpoints more palatable to the general public. So the inference there being anyone who talks about white pride or being proud about your whiteness is just kind of using it as a Trojan horse within which they are delivering a payload of racism. And it says that the white pride people may associate historical abuses with the terms white nationalist, neo-Nazi, and white supremacist. It tells us that some advocates of white power have been committed to overthrowing the United States government. Okay. So a deliberate connecting there of people who criticize the government, maybe say we shouldn't have one, maybe points out the corruption and the crimes that have been committed by this particular institution, corporation, really, that they're going to be linked to this racist, separatist, nationalist, neo-Nazi, fascist movement called white pride. So that's kind of confusing, isn't it, when you think about it? If we go back a little bit, we've got the encouraging and the celebration of the cultures, and then we've got the empowerment, okay? And we've got the rejection of stereotypes, and looking at the symbols of cultural identity, and then we've got our equality and dignity and self-affirmation and the promotion of the rights, all associated with being prideful, not being prideful, but being proud about who you are and where you come from. Unless you're white, in which case you're a fascist, neo-Nazi, racist who wants to overthrow the government. So there you are. And of course, I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make this into somewhat sort of entertaining point. But this is the point that this is the bias that is embedded within Wikipedia. All right, this is a subtle way to mold and manipulate people's minds into accepting and not speaking up about what is going on in Europe. That is what is being described in the book, The Milner-Fabian Conspiracy, that we are reading about and that we are learning about. This is an example of how people's worldviews are poisoned by illogical, contradictory, nonsensical information to make people feel scared about speaking up and expressing and voicing their concerns, their worries, their fears, their insecurity, when in the face of things that they can see going on their street, in their communities, in their towns, cities, counties, and the nation as a whole. So I just wanted to point that out and say that and give this to people to say you don't need to be going out and checking any going to far corners of the internet where all the banned talking heads hang out, all the people who've been deplatformed. No, you can just go to Wikipedia and point out that this bias exists and that it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And that's a good way to get conversation started, in my opinion. So I thought, well, seeing as that's a little bit confusing, isn't it, right? To have 3 examples of where pride is a good thing. Black pride, Asian pride, and LGBTQ pride is all good. That's excellent. White pride, bad, very bad, really bad, really, really super bad. Terrible. How can that be? It's all pride, isn't it? It's all pride. So I thought, okay, we'll look at the term for pride, the page for pride, and find out what this is. This thing that can be so changeable and different, and can be good or it could be bad. So what is pride? It's a human secondary emotion that constitutes a sense of satisfaction with one's identity, performance, or accomplishments. It may be considered the opposite of shame or humility. And then here's the important bit. Depending on context, may be considered a virtue or vice. Got it. So if you're white, then pride is a vice. And if you're not white, then pride is a virtue. And this is all part of the narrative as to why people who live in predominantly white countries, who call areas of Europe their homeland, this is where their people are from, this is where their people have lived historically, not forever perhaps, but for a decent chunk of multi-generational time. If you have pride in that, it's a vice, and it's a bad thing. But if you are black or Asian, excuse me, I'm getting my cameras and my tabs all mixed up, and you have pride in where you're from, then it's a good thing. And the reason that that is possible is because, depending on the context, pride is either a virtue or a vice. So that's it. White people are not allowed to have pride, and everybody else is. But anyway, let's learn a little bit more. Typically, it is a product of praise, independent self-reflection, and a fulfilled feeling of belonging. Other possible objects of pride are one's ethnicity, unless you're white, and one's sexual identity. It may also refer to foolhardiness, or a corrupt, irrational sense of one's personal value, status, or accomplishments, and is often in the sense used synonymously with hubris or vanity. So it's very important as well. There's actually a strong case, in my opinion, for pride actually being more of a vice than a virtue. But we'll learn a bit more when some philosophers such as Aristotle and George Bernard Shaw, oh, there he is, our good old Fabian friend, Aristotle and Bernard Shaw consider pride a profound virtue. That's interesting, isn't it? But some world religions consider pride as a form of sin. Interestingly, in Judaism, pride is called the root of all evil. So if you are Jewish, then pride is a vice. Good to know. When viewed as a virtue, pride in one's abilities is known as virtuous pride, greatness of soul, or magnanimity. But when it is a vice, it is often known to be self-idolatry, sadistic contempt, or vain glory. Now, self-idolatry, I think, is a key part here. When we're discussing pride, what is it? What are the expressions of pride? When you see it and you are considering, is this why it's used so differently depending on which group of people it's describing, I would bear this in mind that most of the time it's probably the vice side of things that we are going to witness and see being expressed and being encouraged and rewarded and celebrated. The whole month, there's a whole Pride Month, and is what happens during that month, does it seem to be virtuous? I mean, I've seen lots of semi-naked people dancing up and down streets in front of children. I don't know if that's a virtue exactly, or if it's more like a vice. I mean, it's not something I would do. I wouldn't be tempted to get involved in that sort of thing. I wouldn't want to take my children, nieces, nephews, cousins down to an event like that. Doesn't seem like a good place for children from my point of view. It might be absolutely fine. I don't know. I've never been to them before. My point is that there's a deliberate sort of muddying here. I think there's no accident in the use of this word, so that some people can say, well, it's a virtue and it's a great thing and we should be involved in it and celebrate it and really get behind it and support it. And the other group of people are going to say, well, it's a vice. And as you said, Celine Lyon, pride comes before a fall, and it's one of the 7 cardinal sins. And it has a lot of baggage attached to it that is negative and that is, well, in Judaism, they call it the root of all evil. Well, they wouldn't say money is, would they? But, sorry, that's a bad joke there. So, virtue or vice, that's what you got to bear in mind. And the last thing I wanted to do on this little preamble ramble before we get into the book is just read a few quotes so we can kind of see what other people have thought about this important word and when they've decided on whether it's a virtue or vice. I'll make that text a bit bigger. Top quote we've got is from C.S. Lewis, who says, A proud man is always looking down on things and people, and of course, as long as you are looking down, you cannot see something that is above you. That's really good. So what would be above you in this case? Maybe God, maybe the spiritual realm, maybe a better version of yourself. We often think of, if we're looking down on somebody, it is because we feel ourselves to be superior. But if we are looking up at others, it is with a sense of adoration and appreciation because we want to be like that person, right? So if I like this idea of looking down and looking up as linked to pride. John C. Maxwell says, there are two kinds of pride, both good and bad. Good pride represents dignity and self-respect. Bad pride is the deadly sin of superiority that reeks of conceit and arrogance. I think conceit and arrogance are two very good words to bear in mind when looking at, is pride a good or a bad thing? Looking at the expression of it, and are the people who are expressing it being conceited and arrogant? If they are, then perhaps they are in the negative, vice-like version of pride. Bear Bryant says, if you believe in yourself and have dedication and pride and never quit, you'll be a winner. The price of victory is high, but so are the rewards. It's a little motivational quote for you there. If you're feeling like you want to quit, don't do it. Believe in yourself and have dedication and pride. Saint Augustine says, it was pride that changed angels into devils. It is humility that makes men as angels. That's a really beautiful one. I like that a lot, and gives you an insight into this sort of conceited, arrogant side of pride, leading you down very dark paths indeed. Margaret Thatcher says, disciplining yourself to do what you know is right and important, although difficult, is the high road to pride, self-esteem, and personal satisfaction. I don't know if anybody wants to be taking lessons from Margaret Thatcher, but if we remove the woman and her legacy and just look at the words and the message, there's probably something in there actually. Being disciplined, the word discipline comes from has the same sort of root as the word disciple, and being disciplined is really how you get things done in the world, how you stay on the right path, how you make the most of your precious time to do good things for yourself and other people, the people you love and the people you care about, and the community at large. And discipline's a really key part of that. Part of why I do these live streams is because it keeps me reading, and I get to share it with you. But it does take discipline to show up when I say I'm going to show up, do the setup, press all the buttons, and be here for this amount of time to do it. But it's like anything: eating cleanly, exercising, showing up for work, all requires discipline, and so there's something important there. There's a good message. Thomas Merton says, pride makes us artificial and humility makes us real. I really like that one as well, actually. Pride makes us artificial. That's one that we could ponder on and discuss at length, I think. But artificial is an interesting use of word there. Rather than natural, rather than as we were created and intended to be. Artificial is something man-made, something cooked up, and it's never going to be as good as the real thing, the real creation that we have been blessed to be part of in our little lives. Charles Spurgeon says, revenge, lust, ambition, pride, and self-will are too often exalted as the gods of man's idolatry, while holiness, peace, contentment, and humility are viewed as unworthy of a serious thought. So that's a really good quote as well. All of these are pretty good, like good quotes that we could unpack and discuss at length, but I'm just whipping through them here because I'm conscious we've got a lot of reading to do. Sophocles says, all men make mistakes, but a good man yields when he knows his course is wrong and repairs the evil. The only crime is pride. Yeah, so this idea that some people are too prideful to admit when they make a mistake or when they're wrong. People don't like to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. 5 of the hardest words in the language for a human being to say. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Or I was wrong, I'm sorry. And it's pride that makes that so hard, right? Because you don't want to be seen to have made a mistake. You don't want to admit that you were wrong. You don't want to take that on the chin. But that would be the adult thing to do. That would be the correct thing to do, the grown-up thing to do. A bit of humility and a bit of self-awareness, right? You got to be aware of yourself to know when you are wrong, and you got to swallow that pride and admit it. G.K. Chesterton says, "It's a fine thing to rise above pride, but you must have pride in order to do so." G.K. Chesterton was a bit of a wit, wasn't he? So a lot of his quotes are quite punchy and amusing, but I quite like that one as well. Khalil Gibran, "Generosity is giving more than you can. Pride is taking less than you need." Not sure. I don't really get that one. Where's he going? Pride is taking less than you. So it's kind of like it's kind of saying live within your means. But I'm not sure how that equates to pride, right? Maybe you could be proud about that if you succeed in doing so. Georges Louis Borges says, "Let others pride themselves about how many pages they have written. I'd rather boast about the ones I've read." That's probably my favorite one out of this whole list. Maybe we can... I was going to try and make that one a little... Yeah, we'll make that one bold. Take pride in... Take more pride, like genuine pride, like satisfaction in yourself and your accomplishment based on your input, your learning, rather than your output and the things you say and how many... Because or at least be very conscious of the balance and be sure to be taking in good information and not just be always argumentative and telling people what for and lording it over with your correct opinions and making them feel small and idiotic and stupid or whatever. Even if they are, it's not nice to do that to people. So I quite like this one. It's an emphasis on it's kind of suggesting humility. The more you learn, the more you realize you've got a lot to learn. That's kind of my experience. Dale Carnegie says, "When dealing with people, remember that you are not dealing with creatures of logic, but with creatures bristling with prejudice and motivated by pride and vanity." Not always, but it's certainly worth bearing in mind and thinking about. We had a great discussion in the Cutting Through the Matrix book club about conversations with people and how every person you interact with is going to have a kind of mentality, right? And I describe it as they either have a win-win mentality or they have a win-lose mentality. Meaning, when you enter in a conversation, either you want both people to come away feeling like they've benefited, which is a win-win situation, or you want a win-lose situation. You want to put the other person down or embarrass them or beat them by showing off your correct knowledge or your better knowledge or something. In my experience, you need both people to have a win-win mentality. If one person has a win-win mentality and the other one has a win-lose mentality, the conversation is not going to go anywhere. It's not going to be productive. And you need to, in my opinion, get out of there. It's not worth sticking around in those conversations. But when you find the people who have the win-win mentality and you also come with a win-win mentality, that's where the magic happens. That's where good exchange of information and an uplifting of knowledge and learning can take place. So I think that's kind of what Dale Carnegie's getting at here. He's like, some people are going to have a win-lose situation. They're going to be trying to beat you. They're going to be trying to get one over on you. And that's because they're motivated by pride and vanity. Okay, last two. Carl Gustav Jung says, "Through pride we are ever deceiving ourselves. But deep down below the surface of the average conscience, a still small voice says to us, something is out of tune." This is the important bit. Through pride we are ever deceiving ourselves. Yeah, you can get more done and make more progress in life if you are humble and you take a position of humility, because you're never congratulating yourself and patting yourself on the back and feeling all accomplished, right? You know that you have more improvement to make and that you can focus and do the work more diligently from a place of humility than from a place of pride. And then John Ruskin says, at the end here, pride is at the bottom of all great mistakes. So this is linking back to that common phrase we all know, that pride comes before a fall. So just some food for thought there when thinking about this topic of pride, because I think the word has been weaponized to divide people, to get people. Some people saying, well, what's wrong with being having pride in my ethnicity and my sexuality? I didn't choose it. I was just born into it. And then other people can come along and say, but it's a sin and it comes before a fall, and therefore, you know, and you can just see how the double meaning, the two uses of the word have been layered into it in order to divide people and get people fighting and at each other's throats, right? So doing a kind of little exercise like this, reading these sorts of quotes, seeing examples of how it is used in the mainstream and Wikipedia, and recognizing that it's used both ways, and often that is a tool, that is a method by which people are brought into conflict to deliberately use it in two ways. And then you have people talking past each other and arguing with each other and falling out and getting all stressed and hot and bothered when it's not the other person. It's not the person you're talking to that is the problem. You know, it's the people who gave us the culture and the language and wrote all this stuff into Wikipedia and bring it into our schools and make it incomprehensible, convoluted, contradictory, so that we all get confused and start arguing and fighting with each other. So I hope that was useful as a little preamble ramble tonight. It's that kind of, I wanted to give that as an example of the sort of thinking and way to approach these kinds of emotionally charged topics, because, we just see over on the Rumble chat, Turb saying that is struggling to find people to talk to about this kind of stuff. And that is a common problem, I think, for people who are interested in this sort of stuff. And then if you do try and bring it up, you're likely to fall into one of these pits of people thinking you're racist, right? Or if you do mention something about the rainbows that infest our cities for an entire month every year, you know, you get called phobic of some description. But you have a valid point and valid concerns, because these are movements which are not organic. They've been manipulated, infiltrated. They've been artificially promoted and put out there to divide people. And we're all victims of it. So good luck having your conversations about these kinds of topics. I hope that helped in some small way. All right, then. So let's wrap up this preamble and get into the book. Before we go on to the book tonight, if you are so moved at any point to contribute to support the work, that would be really lovely. All the likes, the comments, the shares, the subscribes, that helps. And you can go down to allmylinks.com/Hayes Reviews, and you can see, guess what? All my links. So here you can email me, you can send a donation, you can send me some crypto, you can connect on my social media pages, and you can subscribe to my broadcast channels, YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and Entropy. You can listen to my album of acoustic guitar music where I sing with a few catchy tunes on there, some better than others, but you know, it's there if you want to listen to it. It's definitely music that has not been produced and programmed by the one eye system, such as that delivers and brings a lot of what we call quote unquote music these days. But you might enjoy that. And then at the very top, we've got a link to my online community, which is looks like this. It's called Deviced, and in here we've got 54 members now, and we are meeting up on the calendar. We got the events with the Screenaholics meeting and the book club sessions on Wednesdays and Saturdays. The book clubs get recorded and then uploaded to the classroom here, where you can go and watch the replays. So here is the book we're reading at the minute, 4 Arguments for the Elimination of Television. We just wrapped chapters 8 and 9, which was about the ingestion of artificial light. And this was an incredible chapter. It really blew my mind and got me thinking very deeply about my exposure to light, where my light comes from, what is in it, how it's affecting the cells in my body. Really eye-opening chapter. This book's been fantastic, a really, really excellent one. So if you are hankering for more long-form content, this is a good place to get it. You can catch up on all the sessions. And then if you make it over to a live session, the next one's going to be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. You can click here, find the Zoom link. You can get onto the Zoom call and you can interact and talk with me and the other people on the call. Give us your thoughts, your ideas, get involved. It's a book club. It's not just about me reading and you listening. It's about people participating, talking, sharing their wisdom, their insights, their life lessons. And that is what that is for. So that is in the device community. And you can learn all about it on the About page. There's a little 6-minute explainer here. I got to re-record that actually. And for now, the community is free. It might not be free forever though. So you might want to pounce on that offer before it is gone. One last thing to tell you about. I was honored earlier this week to be invited on the Geopolitics and Empire podcast with Herr Voyer. He's been doing this podcast since 2012, and he has had some awesome guests on. Courtney Turner, I really like her work. He does a monthly show with Monica Perez and Parallel Mike called Cognitive Dissonance. Parallel Mike is a great guy. I really like his work. A good episode that I would recommend people check out is this one here with Peter Duke. Peter Duke has I showed you this episode in a previous preamble ramble. I talked about his website. That's a really good one. But Hervoye has been making videos for a long time and interviewing lots of, he has such a wide range of guests on here that you can't really pigeonhole the topics or the, who this will appeal to. Even though it's called Geopolitics and Empire, look, there's an interview with Mike from Parallel Systems. There's John O'Loughlin. He's fantastic. I really like him and his work. Multipolar world is another topic that is being discussed. Loads. Oh, here, David Hughes. That's another good one. That's just a clip, but there's a full interview with David Hughes on here as well, who I think Melissa's talked to on Cutting Through the Matrix. So it was an absolute pleasure. And I was not expecting the invitation, but I got an email saying, "Hey Nick, do you want to come on Geopolitics and Empire? I'd like to talk to you." And so I said, "Hell yes, I would like to come on and talk to you," and I did. And we had a 2-hour chat, wide-ranging discussion, talking about a lot of the books that I've read on the channel. You can see here I put a shirt on for the occasion because I wanted to match Hervoyer's professionalism. He's always got a shirt on, and he's looking very presentable. So that was a lot of fun. I've been getting some good feedback about that conversation. I talked a bit about my journey, my background, and as I mentioned, how I came to be running the channel and the things that I've learned. So it's big picture kind of view, probably nothing you haven't heard before if you've watched a lot of my videos, but show some love for Geopolitics and Empire. I think it's definitely the biggest podcast I've been invited on before so far. And I really enjoyed it. So if you could head over there and sub to his channel and give the video a thumbs up, and maybe tell Hervoye, "Hey, this is a great guest. Get him on again." Maybe I'll get on there again at some point. But I thought I would tell people about that too, and I will link that underneath the show in the pinned comment. And I think that's it for the preamble ramble. Let's go back to the cam. That is it for the preamble ramble. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that was useful on some level for somebody out there. How are you all doing? We're going to have a quick review of the chat, and then we're going to get into the book. And as I said, we got a massive chunk of reading to do tonight. I should have got some beers. You know, that always makes the reading go a little bit longer, like smoother when we got a long one to do. But I wasn't thinking ahead, and I haven't been drinking this month, so I might as well keep it going. Stay off the beer. Only a week to go. Dry January, that's what they call it. Alrighty. So we've got Turbs over on Rumble saying 99% of people I know to be artificial. Yeah, that's because a lot of people, their worldview, their beliefs, their opinions, their values have all been implanted in them through the television and the news and the media that they consume and the light that they ingest. That's my new hot topic that I'm thinking about now, that light is something you ingest. It's a part of your diet. It's part of your nourishment to your cells, and your cells respond and express differently based on the light that goes into your eyes. And the light that goes into your eyes then goes through the pituitary gland and the pineal gland and into your endocrine system, which makes the cells in your body express certain conditions, maybe diseases or lack thereof. So it's very important to get good quality natural light in your eyes, on your skin as much as possible, and minimize the amount of artificial crappy light, just as you would do with food, just as you would do with information, podcasts, etc. You're going to find the people that are authentic, who you trust, rather than the people who are fake, reading from scripts and just trying to get clicks and sales for their supplements, right? So, what's going on in YouTube? Celine Lyon says, if this was discussing gardening, it would already have thousands of subs and views. Are you talking about the channel? Maybe I should pivot into gardening tips. We've got LJ says, I love long form. Everyone on here clearly does too. Good. I like long form. That is the best way to get information and big picture view on things. We've got Melissa here as well from Alan Watsy TTM saying, thank you for doing this, Nick. Wish I'd have seen them all catch up, I guess. Yeah, good luck catching up. There's a lot of hours there, and I know you're very busy, but I think there's some good stuff really worth prioritizing and making time for. So I hope you can find the time to do that. We have got Celine Lyon says, Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, where anything is free, you are the product. Yeah, exactly. So Wikipedia, to go to Turbs' point of people being artificial, it's because they're conditioned by things like Wikipedia. And I know I always go there and look at it and use their articles, but you've heard me describe why I do that before. But yeah, if you're just going there and getting your free download of information, it's something you don't have to put any time into researching or verifying yourself, then you are going to become full of artificial information and arbitrary information. All right. LJ says it's all about division because it makes us weak and more controllable. Yeah, the number of ways, like pretty much everything, not everything, but so much of what goes on and what is people are talking about is just divide and conquer. Nemo says, he did a great one recently with Crow from Nevermore Media, Paul Kudenek and another geezer, I forget, about voluntarism and anarchy. And that's, he's talking about geopolitics and empire there. Awesome. I'm going to have to check those episodes out. He's got such a massive back catalogue, but Paul Kudenek, I've heard that name. Is he the Winter Oak? Is that Paul Kudenek? Voluntarism and anarchy, I'm definitely interested in. We've got Lil Ronnie Cooper 77 saying good evening. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Adam's here as well. And Jeanette Lilly. Awesome. Lovely to have you all here. Let's get into the book. This is going to be a long broadcast, everyone, because I still managed to ramble for an hour, even though I said I would keep the introductory brief. And actually, last broadcast, I said I wouldn't do an introduction because I knew we had such a lot of pages to get through now. But anyway, here we are. And we're going to finish the book, come hell or high water. So let's get on with it. This is the Islamization of Europe. Islamization has followed a similar pattern on the continent. As in Britain, Sufism was a forerunner of mainstream Islam. This was no coincidence. As noted earlier, Sufism originated in Christianized Neoplatonic traditions involving prayer and contemplation. The word Sufi itself was traced by Persian scholar al-Biruni to Greek Sophia, which means wisdom. Philosophia, or philosophy, means love of wisdom. Similarly, the Spanish-born Muslim historian and philosopher Said al-Andalusi admitted that Arabic philasuf derived from Greek philosophos. Alternative derivations of Sufi from an Arabic word for wool, after the clothing worn by Christian monks, points to the same origins. Inayat Khan's son, Vilayat Khan, conceded that Sufism originated in the ancient Greek mystery traditions. Idris Shah himself admitted that Sufis existed in pre-Islamic times. Indeed, all the key elements of Sufism, such as the oneness of God, his identity with truth, intelligence and light, along with recitation of God's name, contemplation, etc., as a means of experiencing unity with him, are found in the spiritual traditions of the pre-Islamic classical and Christian worlds. There is no need to resort to Islam, even less to style it the source of Sufism, unless there is an ulterior motive for doing so. Indeed, pre-Islamic traditions were adopted by Muslim rulers in the 8th and 9th centuries to lend a veneer of spirituality and cultural respectability to Islam and to facilitate the conversion of culturally advanced conquered populations. Having been successfully tried and tested in Persia and India, this tactic was now applied to Europeans. In France, Sufism was promoted by the likes of Alfred Le Chatelier, founder in 1902 of the chair of Muslim sociology at the Collège de France, and his successor Louis Massignon, who wrote extensively on Sufism and Islam and counted among his prominent disciples Ali Shariati, a major ideologist of the Iranian Revolution. With the first wave of large-scale Muslim immigration from North African colonies, especially Algeria, in the 1920s. Sufi groups were set up by Hazrat Inayat Khan and the Algerian Ahmad al-Alawi. This Islamic presence in France was reinforced by a second wave of immigration in the 1950s and 60s. As in France, German interest in Sufism has a long history. Indeed, the modern word Sufism, Latin and German Sufismus, itself was coined by the New Birth theologian Friedrich Tholuck as early as 1821 in his Sufism, the Pantheistic Theosophy of the Persians. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? So this book in 1821, where's my pencil? There. This book in 1821 about Sufism includes this word theosophy, right? And theosophy being the kind of religion slash philosophy slash something of Madame Blavatsky and Alice Bailey and the other B as well. There's another woman with a name that ends in B, wasn't there? Blavatsky, Besant, Annie Besant. But 1821, this book was written, talking about theosophy, and using that word to describe Sufism. In spite of this, it was only in the early 20th century that Sufism began to be planted on German soil. In 1910, Hazrat Inayat Khan managed to win some followers while on one of his frequent world tours, and in 1925 established the Sufi Association of Germany at Berlin. Also in 1925, the Ahmadiyya movement built Germany's first permanent mosque. After World War II, Khan's son Vilayat became the main propaganda of Sufism in Germany. Unlike Britain and France, Germany had no colonies and was under no obligation to accept immigrants from Muslim countries. However, in October 1961, the German government, under pressure from JFK's administration, which wanted to stabilize the economy of Turkey, a key NATO member in the Cold War, reached a secret agreement with Turkey, allowing Turkish, quote, guest workers to take up temporary employment in Germany. As one might have expected, the guest workers became permanent residents, brought their families, and grew from a few thousands to several millions. The marked growth in Sufism and Islam in the 60s and 70s coincided with the first wave of mass immigration from Turkey, later followed by new arrivals from Iran, Afghanistan, and other Muslim countries. Some salient points which should be noted are: the initiation of the Islamization process through Muslim revivalist movements was not accidental. It was part of a well-orchestrated global enterprise. Between 1910 and 1926, Khan travelled extensively, establishing many Sufi groups in Europe and America. His global ambitions are indicated by the move in 1923 of his organization's headquarters from London to Geneva, the seat of the newly created League of Nations. The combined overall effect of Islamic missionary activity and mass immigration from Muslim countries was that already in the 1950s and 60s, the early decades following World War II, Europe was on the sure road to Islamization. 3. Islamization has been neither requested nor wanted by Europe's indigenous population. It has been imposed on it by external powers in collaboration with corrupt governments and vested interests operating behind semi-secret organizations like the Milner Group and the Fabian Society. Like the Fabian Society, the Milner Group believed in minority rights and supported Muslim demands. Inevitably, after soft brands of Islam like Sufism and Ahmadiyya came fundamentalist and militant Islam. A key player in fundamentalist Islam is the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, which was established in 1928 by the Sufi Hassan al-Banna. The Brotherhood was inspired by an ideology related to that of Saudi Arabian Wahhabism, with which it had collaborated. By the 1940s, it had become the most powerful Islamic movement in the world and later provided the basis for the development of Al-Qaeda. That's, again, a reference to Mark Curtis, who I'll just remind people, if you missed it on a previous broadcast, he was a Royal Institute for International Affairs researcher. He did the books Secret Affairs. This is a big one that he did. Secret Affairs, Britain's collusion with radical Islam. It's quite a big book. But yeah, he's a Royal Institute for International Affairs researcher. So when you hear that the West, I say the West, but like Britain really had, or at least the upper elite in Europe had a role to play in this situation, doing it on purpose and colluding with different Muslim and different representatives and groups in Islam to open the door to bring them into this part of the world. That research is done and backed up by the Royal Institute for International Affairs. So they're telling you that that's what they did, right? In other words. So, continuing. A prominent member of the Muslim Brotherhood was Amin al-Husseini. In 1921, High Commissioner Herbert Samuel appointed al-Husseini Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, which had become an office of power under British influence. In 1922, Samuel created the Supreme Muslim Council, appointing al-Husseini as president. Looks like we've got Sere Sapiente over on Rumble. Good evening to you. Good to have you here. Continuing. In 1926, al-Husseini played a leading role in a Saudi-sponsored Islamic Congress in Mecca, which resolved to set up the World Muslim Congress, and was appointed its president in 1931, while Muhammad Iqbal of the Indian Muslim League was appointed one of the two vice presidents. After World War II, in 1947, the World Muslim Congress was revived at the instigation of Pakistan's Governor-General Ali Jinnah. In 1951, its headquarters was established at Karachi, and al-Husseini appointed its president. According to its official website, the World Muslim Congress has championed Muslim causes such as Palestine, Kashmir, and Filipino Muslim struggle, freedom for Muslim people from European colonial rule, and the economic emancipation of the Muslim Ummah, which is the international Muslim community. Meanwhile, with the encouragement of Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, the League of Arab States, or the Arab League, was formed in 1945, followed by the Council of Arab Economic Unity in 1957 and the Arab Common Market in 1964. In 1946, al-Husseini was elected president of the Arab League's Arab Higher Executive. In 1962, he co-founded the Saudi-sponsored Muslim World League, which started a systematic campaign of propaganda, missionary activities, and funding of mosques and Islamic associations all over the world. And that's from Curtis again. In 1969, the Arab League convened the Islamic Conference of Kings and Heads of States, which in 1972 formed the Organization of the Islamic Conference, which was to be headquartered at Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. The organization aimed to preserve Islamic social and economic values and promote solidarity among its members. So that sounds like Islam Pride to me, because they're promoting solidarity and preserving economic values, social values. So a bit of Islam pride. The good kind of pride, not the bad pride. Its institutions were to be the Islamic Development Bank, Islamic Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Islamic States Broadcasting Organization, and International Islamic News Agency. The Arab League and its network of organizations has been highly influential in shaping Europe's relations with Arabs and Islam, and has been a major actor in the Islamization of Europe, particularly from the early 1970s. Okay, that's the end of that section. Okay, so the next bit is the 1973 oil embargo and the Euro-Arab dialogue. In October 1973, an Arab coalition led by Egypt and Syria invaded Israeli-held territories, but was defeated. During the war, known as Arab-Israeli or Yom Kippur War, Soviet Russia, a long-standing ally of left-wing Arab regimes, sided with the Arabs, whereas America sided with Israel. I'm not even going to say anything about that. Of course it did. In response to Western backing for Israel, Arab oil producers, the OPEC bloc, decided to block oil supplies to Western Europe and especially the US. Though short-lived, the embargo had dramatic and far-reaching ramifications. On the 6th of November 1973, the 9 European Community member states met in Brussels, where they had issued a joint declaration initiating a Euro-Arab dialogue with the objective of strengthening the ties between European countries and the Arab world, which was the main energy supplier. On the 26th and the 27th of November 1973, French President Georges Pompidou and West German Chancellor Willy Brandt met to reaffirm the intention to engage in a dialogue with the Arabs. On the 31st of July 1974, the first official meeting at ministerial level between Europeans and Arabs was convened to discuss the organization of the Euro-Arab dialogue. The EEC founded the European Parliamentary Association for Euro-Arab Cooperation for the purpose of enforcing greater economic, political and cultural cooperation between Europe and the Arab world. In October 1974, in Rabat, the 7th Summit of the Arab Conference confirmed the political preconditions for the Euro-Arab dialogue, such as EEC-US collaboration with Arab states in their dealings with Israel. A permanent Euro-Arab dialogue secretariat with its seat in Paris was created with the objective of promoting economic and political cooperation. On the 10th of June 1975, the first conference of the Euro-Arab dialogue was held in Cairo between European Community and Arab League ambassadors, at which an agreement was reached on economic deals with Europe in exchange for European alignment with Arab policy. The participants issued a joint memorandum pointing out that the Euro-Arab dialogue was the product of the common political will of the parties involved. Over time, the EAD has become instrumental in enforcing the harmonization of Europe's economic and political, and increasingly cultural and religious interests, with those of the Arab League. In particular, the EAD has imposed the introduction into European schools of educational and cultural programs designed by European Islamic centers. Officially promoted as educational or cultural centers, EICs are in reality missionary centers. A telling example is the European Islamic Centre of Oldham, Manchester, which is a project launched by the UK Islamic Mission, or UKIM, designed, quote, for coordinating dawah work in the UK and Europe. Dawah work, also dawah or dawah, just different ways of spelling it. D-A-W-A-H. Dawah work, of course, is missionary work aiming to convert non-Muslims to Islam. I'd love to see some numbers about non-Muslims converting to Islam. How prevalent it is. Remember the clips that I showed at the beginning of the last broadcast? There was a clip about, it showed sitting on the street with his cup of coffee is a man who's just been released from prison, who's converted to Islam and recently out on parole, and now he's converted to Islam. That's quite a funny little bit there. But it'd be good to see some numbers. I do see what I would describe as native to England looking women, more so than men. But you wouldn't be able to tell with a man, but with a woman, they can have the head scarf covering, so it stands out a little bit more, right? Oh, we got Plutonium Productions in the chat. Good evening. Very glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well. So, continuing about UKIM, which is the UK Islamic Mission. UKIM's declared aim is to mould the entire human life according to Allah's revealed guidance, following the example of his last messenger, Muhammad. Significantly, it was founded in October 1962 around the East London Mosque, which itself had emerged from the London Mosque Fund, run by Professor T.W. Arnold and Lord Nathan Natty Rothschild, head of NM Rothschild and Sons, and founding member of the Milner Group, and has close links with the London Muslim Centre launched by Prince Charles in 2001 and the Islamic Forum of Europe. So you got the king, formerly known as Prince, and we've also got the Rothschilds involved in this. So next section is International Finance, Politics and Islam, the Conspiracy of the Century. This total capitulation to Arab demands seems quite inexplicable. Well, apart from the fact that they've got the oil, that they've got the oil that we depend on, and our economies have been designed in such a way that we are completely and utterly dependent on a constant input of oil. Got ESP over on Odyssey chat. Just saw you. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, that might be part of it. But anyway, continuing. Why would European powers give in to a ragtag band of Arab states that had just been defeated by tiny Israel? The answer can only be found by investigating the principal movers behind the project, namely Georges Pompidou and Willy Brandt. Pompidou and Rothschild. And forgive me if I'm pronouncing this name wrong. I have no idea how it's supposed to be pronounced, but I think Pompidou kind of sounds good. I like saying it. It's a fun word to say, so I'm just going to stick with that unless somebody wants to give me a pronunciation correction in the chat. Feel free to do so. Pompidou had been a close friend of David de Rothschild and his father, Baron Guy de Rothschild, from an early age. In 1953, he became an employee of the Paris bank Rothschild Frères. So Rothschild Frères is brothers. I remember that from GCSE French. Rothschild Brothers, serving as its general director from 1959 to 1962. During that period, in 1958 to 1959, he served as President de Gaulle's chief aide and member of the Constitutional Council, in which capacity he was involved in the drafting of the Constitution of the Fifth Republic. From 1962 to 1968, Pompidou served as Prime Minister, becoming President of France in 1969. And actually, I have a memoir. I have a Rothschild memoir by Guy de Rothschild. I've heard it pronounced both ways. Let's grab it. It's called The Whims of Fortune. We'll have a look in the back, and there he is. There's Guy. I'll go with Guy. Guy de Rothschild, looking very smug, happy with himself. Those piercing blue eyes. Let's have a look in the back for an index and anything to do with Pompidou. There's no index. But this book is really good, and I recommend people grab a copy because it has pictures of the famous Rothschild surrealist ball, which I'm sure many people in the audience will have seen. I think they're here. I might not be this bit. Oh yeah, there it is. So there's the surrealist ball, famous Rothschild event. And this really creepy one here with the big antlers on the mask. But unfortunately, we can't check the index for any mention of Pompidou. And apparently it is Pompidou. Frank's helping me out with the correct pronunciation there. Okay, it's Pompidou. That's still fun to say, so I don't mind switching over my pronunciation and saying Pompidou instead. But at some point, we might be able to read that memoir, The Whims of Fortune, and maybe we'll learn a little bit more about his relationship with Rothschild's relationship with Pompidou. But thank you for that, Frank. Appreciate it. So, Baron Guy had been close to President de Gaulle and a leading figure in the latter's London-based France Libre, Free French operation in the 1940s, and was able to extend his influence on French politics in the 1960s and 70s, in particular as government advisor. While serving as Prime Minister and President, Pompidou remained close to Baron Guy and sought to continue de Gaulle's Rothschild-influenced leftist policies. Significantly, Pompidou believed in presidential supremacy over all governmental life, surrounding himself with a like-minded Prime Minister and other loyal men. His Prime Minister in 1972-74 was Pierre Mesmer, a close friend and former colleague of Baron Guy in France Libre. Mesmer's hand-picked government included Foreign Minister Maurice Schumann, a former member of the Second Socialist International, Olivier Stern, Under-Secretary for Relations with Parliament, and Economy and Finance Minister Giscard d'Estaing. Most of these, with the exception of Giscard, were close to Baron Guy. Following Pompidou's demise in April 1974, Giscard became president, but the continuation of Rothschild influence was assured through Stern, his old school friend, Jacques Chirac, Chirac's director de cabinet, Jacques Friedman, and their circle of friends and collaborators. The Rothschilds were not without high-placed connections even during François Mitterrand's socialist regime of 81 to 95. Jacques Attali, vice president of Baron Guy's United Jewish Social Fund, was special presidential advisor. Was special presidential advisor. This part's really difficult to read. Okay. Jacques Attali, vice president of Baron Guy's United Jewish Social Fund, was special presidential advisor. The socialist Henri Emmanueli of the Paris branch of Compagnie Financière Edmond de Rothschild was secretary for budget. Stern, his brother Bernard, and associates occupied various posts. Rothschild influence on Pompidou and successor administrations being beyond dispute, it's worthwhile to briefly explore the links between Rothschild interests and French state policy. On the 3rd of January 1973, Pompidou and his finance minister Giscard passed a banking law prohibiting the direct borrowing by the public treasury from the Bank of France at low interest rates. The law, known as the Pompidou-Giscard-Rothschild law, is said to have forced French governments to either borrow from private banks at higher interest or to take up national loans from the international financial markets at similarly high interest. Bat Yor correctly notes that a leading figure in pro-Arab policies was Georges Montaron, director of the ostensibly Christian outfit I don't even know how to pronounce that. Témoignage Chrétien. That definitely wasn't in GCSE French. In fact, Montaron's earlier role as head of France's social security program identifies him as a Christian socialist or catho de gauche of the Fabian type. However, another point that needs to be emphasized is that Pompidou himself was especially attached to Muslim North Africa on account of his Mediterranean vision of France, a vision which was not unrelated to that of Baron Guy himself, as the Bank Rothschild's Algerian oil venture Francarep had been partly nationalized in 1971, as had Lazard's Eurofrep. It is evident that there were hopes of some of those interests being recovered. Indeed, from 1986, foreign oil companies were allowed to do business in Algeria again, albeit in partnership with the state-owned Sonatrach. The Rothschilds were also involved in oil interests through giants like Royal Dutch Shell. In what has been described as a characteristic Rothschildian move, Rothschild Frères in 1911 had exchanged their Russian oil wells for majority shares in Royal Dutch and Shell. The communist seizure of their Russian operations in 1920, Royal Dutch Shell became the world's largest oil company, making the Rothschilds one of the biggest players in the oil business. The Rothschilds retained close links to oil companies like France's ERAP and, in particular, Royal Dutch Shell. In 1949, they still held majority shares in the latter, which on the 30th of June they sold and bought back the next day to evade death duties on the demise of Edouard de Rothschild. Following reorganization in the company in the 1950s, which involved the creation of that, they sold them and then they bought them back the next day just to avoid the death duties. Almost like they knew when he was going to die. Isn't it? Following reorganization in the company in the 1950s, which involved the creation of a socialist-style committee of managing directors, consisting of... Oh, excuse me. Let me just adjust the camera there. Consisting of hand-picked, trusted collaborators, Rothschild's interests were still very much at the helm of Shell. For example, Sir Francis Toombs was a director of both NM Rothschild and Shell UK in the 1980s and 90s, and the Rothschilds have continued to act as financial advisors, financiers, investment bankers, and paying agents for Shell to this day. In short, it follows that quite apart from national concerns about energy supplies, Pompidou and his successors represented private business interests. Willy Brandt and Rockefeller. The Pompidou-Giscard regime, of course, had no means of forcing the EEC to surrender to Arab demands. Therefore, we need to have a look at the other key conspirator, Willy Brandt. Brandt, whose real name was Herbert Fromm, was a notorious socialist activist who in the 1930s had been a co-founder and leader of the International Bureau of Revolutionary Youth Organizations, the youth wing of the International Revolutionary Marxist Centre, aka London Bureau. The Bureau was controlled by Fenner Brockway of the Independent Labour Party, who was also leader of the League Against Imperialism and a prominent Fabian Society member. After the war, still operating under a false name, the socialist Brandt was appointed mayor of Allied-occupied West Berlin and later Chancellor of West Germany. In 1970, he introduced the Ostpolitik approach of collaboration with the Moscow-led Eastern Bloc at the instigation of US National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, of course. In 1976, Brandt was elected president of the Fabian-created Socialist International and, in the following year, was appointed chair of the UN Independent Commission on International Development Issues by none other than US Presidential Advisor, World Bank President and CFR Director Robert McNamara. Ominously, the Commission proposed a North-South dialogue involving wealth redistribution from the rich North to the poor South, a policy pursued by the money power and its proxies UNSIFS to this day. It follows that while Pompidou was indisputably a Rothschild man, Willy Brandt was working for the Rockefellers. Essentially, therefore, the prime movers were the Rothschilds on the European side and the Rockefellers on the American side. Kissinger himself had been associate director at the Harvard University Center for International Affairs from 1951 and the dominant figure in U.S. foreign relations, especially as Secretary of State from September 1973 to January 1977. He had also been director of foreign policy study at Rockefeller's CFR and worked for the Rockefeller brothers David and Nelson since the mid-1950s. Significantly, Kissinger had been special advisor to JFK himself, who was himself a CFR member in 1961. In addition, he has been identified as a Soviet collaborator by American and French sources. Further investigation shows that the Arab oil embargo also affected US oil interests such as the Rockefellers' Standard Oil, whose Algerian holdings had also been nationalized following the Arab-Israeli War of 1967. David Rockefeller was the new head of Standard Oil and since 1969 chairman and chief exec of Chase Manhattan Bank. Chase Manhattan was created by a merger of National City Bank and Chase National, controlled by Rockefeller and J.P. Morgan interests, respectively, and is a member and major holder of Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the leading bank in the Federal Reserve System. Stocks. So a leading holder, a major holder of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York stocks. Significantly, Chase also had strong connections with the Iranian bank Markazi, which is Iran's central bank, Bank Melli of Iran, and a dozen other commercial banks. Apparently, that's the reference for that is the Rockefeller's memoirs as well. So Chase has strong connections with the central bank of Iran. That's quite a curious link. In addition, from 1949, David Rockefeller was a director of the Council on Foreign Relations and later head of the nominating committee for membership, as well as founder of the Trilateral Commission in 1973. The involvement of business interests is quite obvious. It is beyond dispute that Western partners and associates of Arab regimes made record profits from the higher oil prices generated by the embargo. Indeed, internal documents show that it was officials of Rockefeller-controlled Aramco who, in 1973, had encouraged Saudi Arabia to raise oil prices in order to justify their own price increase in the US. And I'll just say good night to Melissa, who has to head off. Hope you have an excellent evening doing whatever it is you got to do. Or afternoon, perhaps. I think it's afternoon where you are in your time zone. Okay. The new wealth also enabled Middle Eastern oil producers to invest in Western economies. Naturally, this benefited the Western banks through which such investments were channeled. For example, after 1973, Rockefeller's Chase Bank became the leading bank for the National Iranian Oil Company. Iranian deposits with Chase, in Rockefeller's own words, quote, increased dramatically, exceeding $1 billion in 1978. By 1975, taking advantage of the new opportunities, Chase also established lucrative joint ventures in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. This means that apart from oil-producing Islamic regimes, we can clearly identify Western oil companies and banks as beneficiaries of the oil embargo. It's also evident that the EU strategy of rapprochement between Europe and the Mediterranean Islamic world coincided with Rockefeller interests' decision to develop a strategy of aggressive growth in the Middle East and North Africa as a response to oil-related developments in the 70s and 80s. Moreover, there is plenty of evidence showing that there was an understanding initiated in the months before the embargo between Western governments and oil-producing states for Arab oil money to be invested in Western industry, thus lining the pockets of the big industrial corporations. British Foreign Office documents show that there were negotiations between the Department of Trade and Industry, the Bank of England, and Saudi Arabia, leading to the establishment of a new long-term relationship in the linked spheres of development, investment, and oil. The Department of Trade and Industry was run by left-wing Tory and Rothschild associate Peter Walker, while the chairman of N.M. Rothschild & Sons, Edmund de Rothschild, was a director of the Bank of England, a post he held from 1970 to 1983. Incidentally, this shows that despite being nationalised by the Labour government in 1946, the Bank of England remained under the influence or control of its old masters. Another key figure in the negotiations was Chancellor of the Exchequer Dennis Healey, former Fabian Society executive member, Chatham House councillor, co-founder of the Rothschild-Rockefeller outfit Bilderberg Group, and leading advocate of Western dependence on Arab investments and loans. The Rothschilds, therefore, can be safely linked with the negotiations in question. Finally, in 1968, Guy de Rothschild of Bank Rothschild became a partner at N.M. Rothschild London and Evelyn de Rothschild of NM Rothschild became a director of Bank Rothschild, which shows that there was close collaboration between the London and Paris Rothschilds at the time. Give me a second, I'm just going to have a sip. 1 second, let me mute. Okay. It's really telling that he's using largely mainstream sources, books that are available on Amazon, to put all this together. So, like, for example, Ferguson, I've mentioned so many times that's Neil Ferguson, Niall, not the guy who's responsible for the atrocious computer modeling that got us all locked down for 2 years, but a different Neil Ferguson, who is a real mainstream academic, historian, biographer, and wrote a 2 volumes biography of the Rothschild family. And Mark Curtis, who we also mentioned, Royal Institute for International Affairs, Chatham House Fellow of Research. So these are mainstream, mainstream sources that are not controversial. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's continue. The Rothschild-Rockefeller connection. As one might expect from international financiers, Rothschild and Rockefeller interests were also closely interlinked. The Rothschilds were long-established global players. In the 1850s, German poet and writer Heinrich Heine, a friend of the Rothschilds, wrote, quote, "Our Rothschilds govern the exchanges over the whole earth." The Rothschilds' well-documented global banking operations and close connections with Milner-Fabian circles in Britain and with international financiers like the Morgan-Rockefeller Combine in America suggest that they may in fact govern more than just exchanges. At any rate, David Rockefeller was a personal friend of Rothschild bankers like Evelyn de Rothschild, chairman of NM Rothschild, and Leon Lambert, a Rothschild through his mother, chairman of Bank Lambert of Brussels. That's also a reference to Rockefeller's memoirs. Again, another mainstream source. Rothschild-Rockefeller connections were particularly close in the oil industry. When the Rothschild-controlled oil company Shell launched on the New York stock market in the 1950s, its new shares were handled by the Rockefellers' Chase Manhattan Bank, who acted as agents for Shell. The then head of Shell, John Loudon, was a close friend of David Rockefeller, and when Chase set up its International Advisory Committee in the 1960s, it appointed Loudon as chair, while several other Shell executives served as members. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers were also linked through semi-secret organizations like the Bilderberg Group and the Trilateral Commission. As already noted, the former was created in 1954 by leading Fabians Joseph Rettinger, Hugh Gateskill, and Dennis Healy in collaboration with David and Nelson Rockefeller and other leading CFR officials. Guy de Rothschild's wealthier and more influential cousin, Edmund de Rothschild, was the head of the private banking group Edmund de Rothschild Group, with branches in Paris and Geneva, and a member of the Bilderberg Steering Committee. The president of the Bilderberg Group was Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, a Rothschild-Rockefeller frontman, who was a major shareholder in Royal Dutch Shell, whose head of research was Lord Victor Rothschild. Lambert and Edmund de Rothschild joined the European section of Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission in 1973 and 74, respectively. Between 1971 and 74, Lord Rothschild served as founding director of the Cabinet Office think tank Central Policy Review Staff, aka the Rothschild Think Tank. His think tank was an organisation which, by its very nature, must have had some influence on British government policy. In addition, Rothschild collaborator Pompidou himself had attended a Bilderberg conference in 1966. At the same time, Rothschild Lieutenant Olivier Stern operated within the French government in collaboration with fellow ministers Bernard Stasi and Jean-Pierre Soissons. The trio, the three S's, were old colleagues from the Paris Institute of Political Studies, aka Sciences Po, which was run by the National Foundation of Political Sciences. The National Foundation of Political Science, which was an outfit funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. In 1974, Pompidou's economy and finance minister Giscard d'Estaing became president of France. Under Giscard, Stern was able to carry on the Rothschild-Pompidou-Rockefeller line in various roles, from Under-Secretary for Overseas France to Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs. As Trilateral Commission member, Giscard himself was responsible for drafting the European Constitution in 2002 to 2003, and remains a member of the Constitutional Council, France's highest constitutional authority, to this day. At any rate, it is clear that despite nationalization of oil wells, Anglo-American oil interests continued to control the technology for oil production and exploration, as well as transport and marketing operations, and indirectly the price of oil itself, and that they were willing and able to use this control for their own agenda. So the Rothschild, that whole section there is pretty dense. Those links between the Rockefellers and the Rothschild is very, very telling. I don't think I've read anything that links the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers quite as well as that does. So that's probably worth sticking a little post-it note on it. If I can find one. Here we are. All right, we've got the next section here. We've got Turbs over on Rumble saying, not politically correct, but sounds like infiltration long before invited invasion. Yeah, it's definitely a long-term plan. And the infiltration started many decades ago, I think. ESP, I wonder if Ian Hunter got the idea for his artwork for the album Once Bitten, Twice Shy from the guy with the universe on his head. Great question. I don't think I've seen that album artwork before, so I'm not quite sure what it looks like or what you're referring to. To the Masked Ball, right? Yeah, it could be, definitely. The Rothschilds, they patronized the arts and music, and they put a lot of money into, I think Ratiu talked about this in a previous chapter. For example, one of the Rothschild heiresses married Thelonious Monk. So they were definitely involved in that whole scene of influencing certain artists and musicians and help and supporting them to get their work out there. And Thelonious Monk's not everyone's cup of tea. He uses a lot of dissonance, a lot of jerky rhythms that are kind of offbeat. I really like his stuff, but it's not what you might expect. It's not what you might describe as like traditionally, classically pleasing to the ear, right? Check it out, Thelonious Monk. His middle name was Sphere, Thelonious Sphere Monk. There's a good album, Live at Town Hall. That's the one I was listening to earlier this week, so that's worth checking out. But bearing in mind that guy was funded by the Rothschilds, or at least he was married to one and therefore had their backing and probably had doors open in terms of getting gigs and exposure and media write-ups and interviews and all that other stuff that comes with fame. You've got to be connected. You've got to be part of the plan, and then all the doors open up for you to go down that path into fame and popularity, right? It doesn't happen organically, but that's just the lie that's told to young children who go to school. And you can be famous one day because, it just happens. If you've got the skill and the talent and you're good looking, then anyone can be famous. But that's a lot of bullshit. We all know that on this channel, I think. LJ says, so are they allies then? Meaning the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. If not allies, then I think they certainly have no problem working together when there is an opportunity that is mutually beneficial. That's the way I would think about it. But we got to carry on reading because we still got quite a ways to go. So the next section is the socialist connection. So continuing. Apart from the key role played by socialist Brandt and the Kissinger-Rockefeller combine behind him, left-wing political involvement is also evident from the socialist presidency of the Council of the European Union itself, Edmund Leberton of the Belgian Socialist Party, Jens Otto Krag of the Danish Social Democrats, Willy Brandt again, and Helmut Schmidt of the German Social Democratic Party, and of course from the massive support of the Arab cause from the Socialist Soviet Union, with which the Brandt-Kissinger-Rockefeller axis was collaborating. Indeed, it ought to be obvious that without socialist, especially Soviet, support, the Arabs would not have stood a chance against Europe and America, had the latter chosen to take a tougher stand. As it happened, there was all-round collaboration of European and American private interests with the Soviet and Arab camps. Yeah, that's this book's blowing my mind. The amount of research, again, is just off the scale, but makes a very convincing case that the public-facing national rivalries that we are told exist are just a load of theatre for public consumption, for mass consumption. And behind the scenes, the private interests are making deals, working with each other, flying around on their private jets, enjoying their special privileges and access to loans and resources, business deals, lucrative contracts, revolving door type positions at the top of various corporations and banks and governments. And that is just a whole layer, a whole strata of society that just exists totally separate from, the strata that the average Joe and Jane exist within. This is what's being described here to my mind. Continuing. This, of course, was nothing new. Morgan Rockefeller interests and their associates had been involved in left-wing projects like the Chinese Revolution of 1912, the Mexican Revolution of 1910 to 1920, and the Russian Revolution of 1917. The Rockefellers' Chase Bank, formerly J.P. Morgan-controlled Chase National, and Standard Oil had been conducting business with communist Russia since the 1917 revolution. In the late 1960s, David Rockefeller himself was planning to branch into the Middle East, the Soviet bloc, and China, later opening a Chase branch in Moscow. This throws some much-needed light on the true motives behind the Brandt-Kissinger negotiations with the communist bloc, leading to normalization of US-China relations in 1971 and détente with Soviet Russia in 1972. It is instructive to read in this connection the chilling account given by de Villemarest, a former counter-espionage officer, of Rockefeller and Kissinger's attempts to suppress the publication of research he and Professor Sutton had done on Rockefeller's financial links with Russia's communist regime. That sounds like something I got to get hold of. So that's from de Villemarest's book, second volume, 2004, page 160. Quite a recent book then. It must also be recalled that it was the Anglo-American establishment in which Rockefeller interests were a leading element, and its agents, Winston Churchill and Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had given Central and Eastern Europe to Stalin at the Yalta Conference of 1945. It was David Rockefeller, too, who in 1970 invited Romania's communist dictator Nicolae Ceausescu to the Chase in New York and conferred on his regime the status of most favored nation and membership in the General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade, which is the GATT, providing the regime with legitimacy and economic aid. As we now know, the Rockefellers were Fabian socialists masquerading as capitalists. Given the Rockefeller interests' socialist predisposition and friendly relations with Russia, it is not in the least surprising that in 1973 Chase Manhattan became the first American bank to be allowed by the Soviet regime to open a branch in Moscow and in a place of special honor too, 1 Karl Marx Square, which not only corresponded with the Chase's New York address at 1 Chase Manhattan Plaza, but was only a block away from the Kremlin, the supreme headquarters of the socialist empire of the East. Wow. Yeah, well, even communists and socialists also need money, don't they? Bankers got a bank. That's a new one. I'm going to coin that. Bankers got a bank. On its part, Communist Russia was able to secretly import Arab oil and sell it to the West, a move which not only effectively reduced the embargo to a farce, but also illustrates how Russia's communist regime and international financial interests collaborated behind the scenes. At the same time, the former increased its own oil production, becoming the world's largest oil producer and a major beneficiary of the embargo and related developments. The very idea of using oil as a weapon against the capitalist West, as well as of a Euro-Arab dialogue, had originated with Arab socialists, with links to Fabian-dominated and Rothschild-Rockefeller-sponsored international socialism, such as Libya's Muammar Gaddafi. In short, it is indisputable that the oil crisis and its importance were engineered and artificially inflated out of proportion by the above interests for their own financial and political agendas. Another significant event, which adds to the larger picture, was the 1974 Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Kissinger's intervention against half-hearted British attempts to block the invasion led to the systematic ethnic and religious cleansing of Greek Christians in northern Cyprus, which Turkey illegally transformed into a Turkish colony, declaring it a federated Turkish state. The invasion marked the reawakening of Islamic expansionism in Europe. The above facts expose a well-orchestrated worldwide conspiracy aiming to create a new world order in which private business and political interests colluded with fundamentalist Islam at the expense of Europe's indigenous population. As this collusion continues to this day, indeed, it has progressively intensified, even when its catastrophic effects on indigenous society and culture have become obvious and indisputable. The inevitable conclusion is that Islamization is a conscious and deliberate effort on the part of its primary instigators. This conclusion is supported by the subsequent activities of the parties involved. I remember saying there's like entire paragraphs that you can quote. That is a good one. I would take a screen grab of that. Just send it to anybody who's like, oh, what's going on in the world? Yeah, great point on YouTube there. So LJ says, are they allies then? And Celine Lyon says, all lies. Allies, all lies. Yeah, I like that. That's very good. It's funny, isn't it, how these words, like you've got allies, you've got alien, and believe. And all those three words have the word lie nestled in the middle. Alien, believe, and allies. So quite telling, quite interesting. Something to ponder or consider. Probably just a coincidence, though. ESP says, Thelonious Monk sounds well worth a listen. If you like kind of catchy, slightly dissonant, upbeat, irregular rhythms, then it is really good stuff. I like Thelonious Monk a lot. It's a lot of fun to play as well. If you're in a band, it's a lot of fun. There's a good song called Evidence, or tune called Evidence. That's quite a good place to start. Try that out. Okay, continuing with the Barcelona process. As noted earlier, Islamization had already started in the 1960s as a result of left-wing policies of mass immigration and multiculturalism. The negotiations leading to the Euro-Arab dialogue post-1973 were likewise conducted by the socialist-dominated EEC. In Britain, who joined the EEC in January 1973 too, policies regarding relations with the Arab oil states begun by Edward Heath's Conservative government in 1973 were carried on by Harold Wilson's incoming Labour government in 1974. Yeah, so that's just that continuity between the Conservatives and the Labour. So people get all excited because they get a chance to put an X in a box on a piece of paper and change from the red team to the blue team. Oh, everything's going to be different and everything's going to be changing. But they've got plans that unroll and unfold regardless of whether it's the blue team or the red team who are on television giving the orders for that amount of time, right? But they're obviously never going to tell you that. The Euro-Mediterranean Partnership. The initiative in the Islamization process was resumed by the European left in 1995 when Spain's socialist foreign minister Javier Solana convened the first Euro-Mediterranean Conference of EU and Arab foreign ministers, at which it was resolved to, quote, strengthen relations with the countries in the Mashrek and Maghreb regions, and work for a rapprochement between peoples through a social, cultural, and human partnership aimed at encouraging understanding between cultures and exchanges between civil societies. For this purpose, the conference established the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, aka Barcelona Process, or Euro-Mediterranean Process, laying the foundations for what came to be called the Union for the Mediterranean. Solana and the war against Yugoslavia. On the 30th of November 1995, immediately after the Euro-Mediterranean Conference, Solana was promoted to the position of NATO Secretary General, which he held until October 1999, when he was further promoted to the position of Secretary General of the European Council and High Representative for the Common Foreign and Security Policy of the European Union. That's quite a title, isn't it? Imagine putting that on your CV. Then that's a position that he held until the 1st of December 2009. In a sign of what the new Euro-Mediterranean Partnership meant, i.e. how far EU policy had swung in favour of Islam, Solana in March 1999 ordered a ruthless bombing campaign against Christian Serbia, which he carried out in collaboration with the left-wing US President Bill Clinton for the alleged genocide on Albanian Muslims in the Yugoslav province of Kosovo. No evidence of genocide was ever produced. In fact, there had been no genocide. The Albanian population had simply fled over the border to Albania due to the conflict instigated by Albanian terrorists backed by Western regimes. That's something I need to learn more about. Especially revealing is the sequence of events that led up to and followed the bombing of Serbia. In 1994, Osama bin Laden started setting up Islamic terrorist groups in Albania. That's from the Sunday Times. In 1996, the chief of Germany's MI6 CIA-controlled Federal Intelligence Service, BND, Hans-Jörg Geiger, created the anti-Serbian UCK, aka the Kosovo Liberation Army. From 1998, MI6 and the CIA, in collaboration with Al-Qaeda operatives, armed and trained KLA guerrillas to foment armed rebellion in Kosovo and create a pretext for military intervention. In addition, members of the Pakistani terror organization Harkat-ul-Mujahideen were sent to Kosovo by the CIA. Being bombed by NATO from the air and attacked by NATO-backed KLA on the ground, the Serbs were forced to withdraw from Kosovo and leave the area in the hands of the Islamist guerrillas. Meanwhile, left-wing billionaire and close Clinton collaborator George Soros orchestrated a campaign to overthrow the democratically elected Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic using paid street demonstrations, media manipulation, and attacks by his rent-a-mob resistance organization, Otpor, on government buildings and television stations. And that is from the book by Horowitz and Poe, Richard Poe. After the Kosovo conflict, which resulted in the destruction of over 100 churches and the ethnic cleansing of 250,000 Serb civilians, KLA forces were sent into southern Serbia and Macedonia in an attempt to create a greater Albania with US support. It must be noted that, like the architect of multiculturalism Roy Jenkins, Solana is a member of Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission. Similarly, Soros is a CFR and Bilderberg member and has been described as a frontman for Anglo-French Rothschild interests. This description is not without justification, as we shall presently show. Firstly, Soros' left-wing credentials are evident from his being a London School of Economics graduate and disciple of leftist ideologist Karl Popper. Popper was an early proponent of the open society theory, which is not only redolent of H.G. Wells' Open Conspiracy, which we've read in full on the channel, but is nothing but socialist globalism by another name. Soros has conveniently refused to define open society, merely describing it as a society in which a person like himself can live and prosper. However, his criticism of capitalism, insistence on constructing a collectively ruled global open society steered by elements like himself, and long-time activism for US democratic causes leave no doubt as to his true political allegiance. Secondly, Soros has been closely associated with the Rothschild Group since the 1970s, when he was running money for Rothschild and C. Bank. In addition, several Rothschild associates, including Nils Tobe and Nicholas Roditi, have been advisors to Soros and his Quantum Fund since the early 1990s. Another close Rothschild associate and partner was Sir James Goldsmith, who belonged to a banking family with long-standing links to Rothschilds, as well as being a member on the board of Bank Rothschild. In April 1993, Soros became a stakeholder in the gold mining group Newmont Mining, along with Sir Goldsmith and Lord Rothschild. The acquisition, supplemented with skillful publicity, drove gold prices up, enabling the trio to make big profits by dumping shares in gold just in time before the next slump. This clearly shows that Soros is a trusted member of the Anglo-American, or more correctly, Anglo-Franco-American establishment, and in particular of the Rothschild Group. More recently, Soros has been linked with the economist Amartya Sen, who is married to Emma Rothschild and is a collaborator of Rothschild associate James Wolfensohn and Joseph Stiglitz of Rockefeller's Fabian Columbia University, who is a collaborator of left-wing economist Michael Rothschild. Stiglitz is also the founder of the global think tank Institute for Policy Dialogue, which is funded by the usual Rockefeller, Ford, and MacArthur foundations. Central and Eastern Europe's privatization program, or takeover by private interests of formerly state-controlled economies in the 1990s, was a carefully planned and enacted operation in which the Rothschilds played a pioneering and leading role, discreetly acting behind the scenes as advisors to governments and business. N.M. Rothschild Managing Director Jonathan Penkin was a central figure in charge of key aspects of the project, from initial sales of shares in state companies to fundraising. The instrument through which the Rothschilds orchestrated this mammoth project was the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which they set up for the purpose. Conveniently located a 5-minute taxi ride from the Rothschild HQ on St. Swithin's Lane in the City of London, the EBRD was hailed as a tool for facilitating the return of capitalism by creating market-oriented economies and by promoting private and entrepreneurial initiative. In fact, it signaled the advance of neo-communism, aka Fabian socialism. At the same time, Soros foundations pumped hundreds of millions of dollars into the region for educational and social reform purposes, in effect taking advantage of cash-strapped former communist economies to impose a globalist agenda. Indeed, Soros had been funding subversive operations in Eastern Europe from the late 1970s, when he was already a close associate of Rothschild interests and clearly acted on their behalf or direction. He opened his first Open Society Institute in his native Hungary in 1984 and has been operating... Well, that's an appropriate year to open it, isn't it? And has been operating in the region through an extensive network of organizations, such as Communitas Foundation in Bulgaria, Stefan Battery Foundation in Poland, Soros Foundation Romania, Soros Fund in Russia, Fund for an Open Society in Serbia, and the International Renaissance Foundation in Ukraine, later involved in Ukraine's Orange Revolution. In the 1990s, acting as the Clinton administration's de facto Russian policy czar, Soros was involved in the systematic hijacking of Russia's privatization program by corrupt politicians and businessmen, which led to a loss of over $100 billion and untold damage to that country's economy. From inception, Russia's privatization process amounted to a systematic takeover of its economy by the Anglo-American establishment. In March 1992, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Gerald Corrigan, led a delegation of senior U.S. bankers representing J.P. Morgan, Chase, Manhattan Bank of America, Citibank, and other leading institutions to advise the Russian government on financial reform and foreign investment. By the end of the following year, over 40% of Russian enterprises were wholly foreign-owned, while many others were joint ventures between Russian and foreign interests. In 1996, J.P. Morgan and the Anglo-Swiss SBC Warburg were involved in the sale of the first Russian bonds since the 1917 Communist Revolution in the amount of $1 billion. It was at this time that Russia's industry and natural resources from aluminium plants to oil companies were bought up at derisory prices by a few local oligarchs operating in collaboration with Anglo-American interests. Within a short span of time, over 1/4 of Russia's GNP came under the control of about 36 billionaires, including Roman Abramovich, Boris Berezovsky, Vladimir Gosinski, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, Mikhail Friedman, Viktor Vekselberg, and Valery Malkin. Friedman, Vekselberg, Leonard Blavatnik, and Oleg Deripaska have been operating in partnership with Nathaniel Rothschild through the Russian aluminium giant Rusal and the Anglo-Russian TNK BP joint venture. That's from Financial Times. Soros himself, in association with Rockefeller-controlled Harvard Management Company, was involved in the acquisition of oil companies like Russia's Novolipetsk Kombinat and Sidanko Oil, as well as in attempts to take over gold and other mining operations such as Trepka and Rosia Montana. While puppet regimes of the Anglo-American New World Order were put in place from Serbia and Czechoslovakia to Ukraine, Russia barely avoided total surrender thanks to Vladimir Putin's rise to power. In 1997, the country's central bank announced that it would no longer do business with J.P. Morgan, Chase, Manhattan, UBS, and Societe Generale, and by 2004 the government was forced to take control of strategically important assets, such as privatized oil companies. Soros himself was expelled from Russia. However, the Anglo-American money power continues to operate through proxies like Boris Berezovsky in collaboration with MI6 and CIA, as well as far-left local activists and criminal organizations in a concerted effort to encircle and isolate the country and topple its government. Berezovsky, who, thanks to the Soros-engineered privatization program, became co-owner of one of Russia's largest oil companies, Sibneft, openly admitted to plotting the violent overthrow of President Putin from his base in London, the main center of anti-Russian activity. In a bid to further weaken Russia's economy and facilitate the overthrow of its government, the Anglo-American establishment from 2014 also imposed measures to restrict the country's access to credit and engineered a sharp fall in oil prices, significantly reducing Russian revenue from oil exports. As well as harming Russia, and despite reduced profits for themselves, this tactic creates new opportunities for monopolistic giants like ExxonMobil and Shell to expand their global monopoly by taking over weaker rivals affected by the crisis, exactly as their banking counterparts did in the 2007 to 2008 banking crisis. Together with the EU and NATO's relentless expansion in the region, this has left Moscow with little choice but to increase its military alertness and significantly to support anti-establishment movements in EU member states as a defensive measure. Equally revealing is the situation in the banking sector. With nearly 60% of Central and Eastern Europe's banking assets coming under the control of international banks by the end of 2001, in 2003, as Romania was introducing a free market economy in preparation for EU membership, which was falsely advertised by the political leadership as an enormous chance for future generations, Its government sold a 25% stake in the country's largest bank, Banca Comerciale Romana, to the money power outfits EBRD and IFC, with a view to subsequent privatization. What this meant in practice was that 3 years later, the bank was bought up by Austria's Erste Bank, an Anglo-American establishment operation discreetly run by former operatives of JP Morgan Chase and Lazard. The deal itself, the largest banking acquisition in the region, was engineered by the Rothschild Group in collaboration with JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and Citi. The connection with the Anglo-American establishment is further confirmed by the BCR's correspondent banking relationships with Anglo-American outfits like JP Morgan Chase. Other banks in the region, e.g. Poland's bank Handlowy, met a similar fate, passing directly from state control to control by the Anglo-American establishment. The pattern that emerges is a familiar one. While one member of the Anglo-American establishment acts as economic and financial advisor, other members take care of the capital increase necessary for the acquisition, which is performed by another member or proxy of the Anglo-American establishment. The UN itself described the early stages of privatization as a garage sale to favoured individuals and groups, and that was from a UNDP World Development Report. Without, however, investigating the matter any further. Yet it is clear that the garage sale was premeditated and that it was possible only thanks to close links between the political leadership and leaders of international finance. Moreover, it is evident that privatization served as a Trojan horse for international finance to take over the economic and political systems of target countries. This is particularly clear in the case of East Germany. In 1990, soon after the fall of the Berlin Wall, which divided the country, Goldman Sachs opened its first office in Frankfurt. In the following year, the bank was conveniently appointed as advisor, as well as to find buyers by the government's privatization agency, Treuhandanstalt. Not only were the largest 1,000 enterprises sold through semi-secret negotiations and without public listing, but the whole project resulted in heavy losses to the government, a sharp rise in unemployment, while Goldman, who was also involved in raising funds for the wider reunification scheme, became chief advisor and financier to the federal government, as well as to private banking and business across the country. Particularly disturbing are the close links between Goldman's top executives and Germany's dominant figure, Chancellor Angela Merkel, a former citizen of East Germany and left-winger masquerading as right-winger. While there are no laws to prevent international bankers, financiers and speculators from investing in places like Eastern Europe and Russia, the fact is that the privatization process which they promoted and from which they profited represents a particularly cruel and reprehensible betrayal of the region's people and their democratic hopes and aspirations. The same money power whose Radio Free Europe, set up by leading CFR members Frank Altschul of Lazard and CIA Director Alan Dulles, had for decades raised false hopes of a better life after socialism, brutally dashed those very hopes by imposing a new form of socialism run by billionaires, which, to borrow Orwell's phrase, may be termed oligarchical collectivism. That's a keeper. Oligarchical collectivism. Freedom for us is slavery for you, in other words. This is the true explanation for the disturbing exodus of millions of Eastern Europeans in the direction of the West, to the profit, as shown earlier, of the money power and its political collaborators. Like his Rothschild and Rockefeller associates, Soros is a leading advocate of mass immigration as a driver of economic growth. Thus, having become free from communism, Eastern Europe and Russia's next headache is how to free themselves from Soros and his foundations and the Anglo-American establishment behind them. There is a growing feeling that a Russian-led uprising against the New World Order may be the only way out. Just remember, everybody, this was published in 2010. Sorry, this is 20. It was first published in 2012, and this is a 2017 reprint with some updates in it. But there's this whole narrative out there that Russia is fighting the New World Order, and that's the reason for that conflict. Excuse me, I had to have a sip there. So, very prescient and ahead of his time. It seems that he was looking ahead and definitely had an inkling of what was coming. I don't know if I believe that Russia, Putin and Russia are fighting the New World Order. I'm not sure. I haven't done enough reading and learning about it. I need to listen to more geopolitics and empire to get informed on that particular question. Continuing. Nor is this problem limited to Eastern Europe and Russia. Investment inevitably results in influence and control on the part of the investor over the target economies and their political systems. When the investors already hold a significant degree of influence and power, acquiring more of the same can only result in regional and global monopolization of power. Given the expansion of Rothschild operations into Central and Eastern Europe and Russia through JNR, Trigranite, and other ventures, the maneuvers of Soros and associates in the region clearly are part of a larger scheme devised by the international money power. At the very least, financial groups and politicians share the same agenda and work for the same ends. Thus, while Rothschild and associated interests expanded into Russia, Labour's Foreign Secretary David Miliband called for the incorporation of that country into the European Union. In the same speech, Miliband also called for the inclusion of Turkey, another corner of the money power's European empire, whose membership of the EU has been strongly supported by British and American governments. In its own words, the Rothschild Group is, quote, the leading financial advisor in Central and Eastern Europe and Turkey. And in 2011, Nat Rothschild's acquisition outfit Valaris bought Genel Energy, a Turkish oil company operating in Iraqi Kurdistan. This has resulted in the constant rise of Turkish and Middle Eastern influence in the EU and UN power structure. In an unmistakable sign of the shape of things to come, Srđan Hasan Kerim, an ethnic Turk from Yugoslavia, was appointed president of the UN General Assembly in 2007. Kerim is a former chairman of the Southeast European Process and of the International Conference on Financing for Development, which is attended by the heads of IMF, WB, and WTO, which indicates which puppeteers run the show. Ominously, Kerim is also former chairman of the Regional Forum on Dialogue of Civilizations, UNESCO's instrument for implementing the UN resolution GA/RES/56/6 on the global agenda for dialogue among civilizations, which emphasizes, quote, the celebration of the variegated splendor of the highest attainments of this civilizational diversity. And remember, diversity is unity. While European civilization is systematically excluded, suppressed, deconstructed, and destroyed, by way of the anti-white racism that I pointed out in Wikipedia at the start of the broadcast tonight. That's just one example of how these things are, how these ideas are implanted in people's consciousness and minds. Moreover, since 2006, 3 other Muslims from Bahrain, Libya, and Qatar, the money power's collaborators, have been selected for the post of UNGA president. And just remember that UNGA is the UN General Assembly. So we've had 3 Muslims since 2006 holding that position. And that's the United Nations. All right. In sum, it follows that the Islamization of Europe is inextricably linked to certain financial interests. Albania's, it would have to be, otherwise it wouldn't be happening. Albania's geographical location midway between Turkey and Austria makes it clear why it is a key plank in the Islamization process. There are large Muslim populations to the east of Albania in Greece and Macedonia, a large percentage of which are of Albanian origin. To the northwest, there are Muslim populations, again largely of Albanian and Macedonian origin, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, and Austria. An Islamic corridor from Turkey to Germany, which itself has 4 million mostly Turkish origin Muslims planted in the 1960s by US interests connected with the CFR, of which Soros is a member, will clear the way for the advance of Asiatic Islam right into the heart of Europe, and is the course followed by Muslim migration from Syria and elsewhere. At the same time, Turkey, Eastern Europe's historical enemy, receives financial aid from the EU, £182 million in 2010, for no apparent reason. The left-engineered economic devastation of Greece, the installation of Trilateral Commission member and former Vice President of the European Central Bank Loukas Papademos as Prime Minister, the simultaneous spread of Islam in that country through mass immigration from Asia and Africa, engineered by the same interests, and Turkey's close relations with Central Asiatic Islamic nations of Turkic ethnicity, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, etc., which are members of the Turkish-controlled Turkic Council, and where the international money power holds oil and other interests, show how far this plan has already been realized. Yeah, this is pretty watertight. It explains everything, really, doesn't it? Knowing that what is at the top of the pyramid is just the money powers, again, as it always tends to be. Putting their puppets in place, the politicians, and ensuring that there can never be any organization of people to rise up and kick them out. That's I think, one of the best explanations, and the main factors behind all of what's going on is money. Who creates it, who controls it, who dictates where it goes. That is all you need to roll out these kinds of agendas and schemes, right? Along with a massive, healthy, hefty dose of propaganda and conditioning through the media channels that you own and control as well. So we're finding out how the sausage is made, that's for sure. So the next section is the dialogue among civilizations. The subversive idea of a dialogue among civilizations, i.e. among the West and Islam, was introduced by none other than Iranian President Mohammad Khatami at a UN meeting in 1998, when he proposed to make the year 2001 the United Nations Year of Dialogue Among Civilizations. The resolution was backed by 12 Islamic states and left-wing US Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who's a CFR member. The Anna Lindh Foundation. On the 22nd to the 23rd of April 2002, at the 5th Euro-Mediterranean Conference in Valencia, an agreement was reached on an action plan to give a new impulse to the Barcelona process. The plan entailed political dialogue and security cooperation in the region, a free trade agreement, internal market harmonization, a new European Investment Bank investment facility for the region, cooperation in issues related to the social integration of migrants, immigration, and movements of people, creation of a Euro-Mediterranean Foundation to promote a dialogue of cultures and civilizations, implementation of the action plan in the same area focusing on youth, education, and the media. For the above purposes, the following institutions were proposed: the Euro-Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly, the Anna Lindh Foundation for Dialogue Between Cultures, and the EIB Facility for Euro-Mediterranean Investment and Partnership. On the 2nd to the 3rd of December 2003, the 6th Euro-Mediterranean Conference in Naples approved the creation of a Euro-Mediterranean Foundation for the Dialogue of Cultures and the Euro-Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly, and discussed the future of the Facility for Euro-Mediterranean Investment and Partnership. On the 5th and the 6th of May 2004, at the midterm meeting of Euro-Mediterranean Foreign Ministers in Dublin, it was agreed to set up the Anna Lindh Foundation for Dialogue Between Cultures with the seat in Alexandria, Egypt. Just give me a second there. Also in 2004, the European Neighbourhood Policy was launched, with the aim of strengthening EU relations with countries to the south and east of Europe, reaching to and including the South Caucasus region. On the 2nd to the 5th of September 2004, the Human Movements and Immigration World Congress, organised in Barcelona by the European Institute of the Mediterranean and attended by 1,500 participants, concluded that emigration entails demographic complementaries. The regions with older populations, i.e. Europe, can benefit from those with younger populations, i.e. North Africa and Middle East, and that the assimilation of migration requires international cooperation for the purpose of establishing ordered forms of emigration. In November 2004, Javier Solana admitted to have held secret talks with Palestinian terrorist organization Hamas, a statement he later retracted. It's pretty interesting to hear Hamas referred to as a Palestinian terrorist organization. Although, it was originally, wasn't it? But it was created by Israel. I don't know. I'm not qualified to comment on that, but there was certainly some hand played by Israel in the creation of Hamas. I know that's for sure. On 30th to the 31st of May 2005, the 7th Euro-Mediterranean Conference in Luxembourg assessed the results of the Barcelona process. High Representative Javier Solana praised the terrific work of the Anna Lindh Foundation and the growing EU funding of the Barcelona process, which amounted to 900 million euros in grants and 2 billion euros in soft loans annually. With a budget of 5 million euros, ALF has been able to set up branches in 43 countries, operating at the center of a network of over 3,000 like-minded organizations. The Alliance of Civilizations. In September 2004, following in the footsteps of Khatami, the socialist president of the Spanish government, Luis Zapatero, introduced the idea of creating an alliance of civilizations, which he proposed to the UN General Assembly. In July 2005, UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan, in collaboration with Zapatero and Turkey's Islamist Prime Minister Recep Erdogan, created a UN high-level group to implement the setting up of an alliance of civilizations. On the 4th of October 2005, addressing the European Parliamentary Assembly, Spanish Foreign Minister Miguel Ángel Moratinos called on the Council of Europe to play a major role in promoting intercultural and interfaith dialogue, proposing an alliance of civilizations supported by the Spanish government and the UN. In the same year, the Alliance of Civilizations was established by Zapatero and Erdogan with the specific aim to build bridges between the West and the Islamic world. In reality, the intention was to promote Islam in the West and legitimize and accelerate the Islamization process. Although the Barcelona process in academia is described as Europeanization of Europe's Arab partners, it is evident that the process of Muslim Arab countries converging with Europe is in fact a process of Islamization of Europe. On the 27th of November, at the first AOC meeting in Calvia, Mallorca, Zapatero stated, quote, "The Barcelona process constitutes a successful example of the practical application of the spirit that inspired the Alliance of Civilizations, and one of its most promising realizations, the Anna Lindh Foundation, fits in perfectly with this framework." On the 27th to the 28th of November, the 10th anniversary of the Euro-Mediterranean Conference was celebrated in Barcelona. It was attended by socialist Zapatero, Britain's socialist Fabian Prime Minister and EU President Tony Blair, the socialist Secretary General of the Council of the European Union, Secretary General of the Western European Union, and High Representative for the Common Foreign and Security Policy of the European Union, Javier Solana. General Secretary of the Arab League, Amir Moussa, General Secretary of the Union of the Arab Maghreb, Habib Boulares, Turkish Prime Minister Recep Erdogan, and numerous other Arab and European leaders. It was resolved to, quote, improve intercultural dialogue aiming at promoting understanding, including through the work of the Anna Lindh Euro-Mediterranean Foundation for the Dialogue Between Cultures and in support of the UN Alliance of Civilizations. Oh, and we've got a Apple Eater with Rome who's just popped into Rumble saying, new to the party, welcome. Hope you are I hope you're into long readings from books. Because if you're not, then you might be in the wrong place. Frank says, page 453, absolute fascinating deep insights. RE, the Anglo-American establishment war on Putin. Yes, very true. And then the question is, what is the Anna Lindh Foundation? We just covered it. It's kind of, I didn't really get a clear picture, but it's responsible for all manner of plans and meetings and assemblies and dialogues and funding of the groups which were working towards this integrating of the European countries with the Muslim populations that were being moved there. But it would be good to do a more of maybe a deeper dive into the Anna Lindh Foundation to find out exactly who set it up, what its purpose is, who's working for it, how much money is there, and who's funding it. Always ask who's funding it, right? Okay, we got to this bit here. In July 2006, under Tony Blair's Labour government, the UK Foreign Office sponsored a large gathering of European Islamist organisations in Turkey, which concluded that all Muslims in Europe should abide by the Quran as a means of enriching Europe and setting an example for non-Muslims to follow. The virtues of decency, goodness, and ethical conduct in all aspects of life are espoused repeatedly in the Holy Quran. They are given primary importance and govern Muslim behavior in all roles of life, including that of active citizenship. Following the teachings of the Holy Quran and the high standard which it sets, Muslims can enrich Europe as exemplary members of society and role models of decency and goodness. Yes, we need to be enriched by people with a completely different religion, set of values, language, cuisine, way of dressing, and way of behaving. It just doesn't make any sense on the face of it. It just really doesn't. And it's that classic thing again, that similar to how pride is described on the Wikipedia pages. It's fine to encourage people to be curious about and learn the ins and outs of Islam. But if you go ahead and say, well, why don't we put all this money and funding into Christianity and spreading that around and getting people to pay attention to that and learn about that, then that's going to be like colonialism, and that's bad. And you shouldn't do that because you might offend and upset non-Christian people by emphasizing the Bible and the lessons taught therein and Jesus Christ. And, so it's that thing where pride used one way is good, but used another way is bad. So pride used by one group is fantastic and it's a virtue, but if pride is used by another group, then it's a vice and it's terrible and it's bad. It's exactly the same, contradictory, inconsistent nonsense. It's just, but it's what drives people crazy and makes them froth at the mouth and get into fights with each other, and it's all done on purpose. Continuing, just over a year after the Topkapi Declaration, in a speech at the College of Europe in Bruges, Belgium, the then Labour Foreign Secretary David Miliband spoke in favour of a global and open Europe, immigration, strong, unbreakable ties with Europe's Muslim neighbour countries, and inclusion of Turkey, the Middle East, and North Africa. In June 2008, the Euro-Mediterranean University was inaugurated in Piran, Slovenia, with the aim of becoming a university of universities. The university offers MA and PhD programs with partner universities in Italy, Malta, Belgium, Greece, Lebanon, the UK, and Slovenia, as well as seminars, conferences, summer schools, professional activities, etc., and issues the International Journal of Euro-Mediterranean Studies. Next part, we've still got a good 25 pages, 26, 27. So, in fact, I'll just pause there and take a sip. Give me a second. I got to make sure my whistle is wet for all this reading. Everybody still hanging in there? I hope you are all doing well out there. It's a lot of information to take in, isn't it? I'm certainly struggling to process it all as I read through it. So I'm glad that we're going to have the replays to go back to and listen to and take notes and follow up on avenues of further learning, because it is a very dense piece of writing. But this next section is the Mediterranean Union, aka Union for the Mediterranean, the March from Dialogue to Union. Meanwhile, France began to reassert itself as a leader in the Eurabian scheme. On the 13th of July 2008, while France was holding the EU presidency, the Summit for the Mediterranean Paris was convened by President Nicolas Sarkozy. The summit was attended by 43 heads of state and government, as well as by Amir Moussa of the Arab League, Ekmeleddin Ihsanoglu of the Organization of the Islamic Conference, George Sampau of AOC, and Andre Azoulay of ALF, and decided to launch the initiative Barcelona Process Union for the Mediterranean, with the aim of incorporating Islamic North Africa, Turkey, and the Middle East into the European Union. On the 3rd and the 4th of November 2008, the 9th Euro-Mediterranean Conference was convened in Marseille. At the insistence of France, the prefix Barcelona Process was removed and the name of the new initiative shortened to Union for the Mediterranean. The creation of another Euro-Mediterranean University in Fez, Morocco, was decided, among other things. Ominously, it was resolved that the League of Arab States shall participate in all meetings at all levels of the Barcelona Process, Union for the Mediterranean, therefore contributing positively to the objective of the process. The presence of Arab League officials in any EU project is disturbing enough, but Sarkozy's Mediterranean Union programme went much further than mere participation in meetings. It entailed nothing less than Arab League co-ownership of the Euro-Mediterranean area, which meant that the Mediterranean Union was intended as a political, economic, and cultural union founded on the principles of strict equality between the 27 EU member states and their Arab partners. The Arab League was to have as much say on EU Mediterranean agenda setting and decision-making as EU member states. In other words, it was to be directly involved in running the EU. This is just insane. Sarkozy's chief instruments. So it's like you bring a lot of Muslims in and then you say, well, so many Muslims living here that they've got to have a say. And the countries where they're from need to have a say as well, because so many of their people are living here now. And in that way you tie together countries in a sort of union, which requires a higher level organization to oversee and coordinate, a new layer of bureaucracy over the top, right? So you don't have your individual nation states doing their thing, people going in and out, traveling around, immigrating, etc. It's like, okay, we need to coordinate and unify all these countries, and that's going to require a higher level and layer of bureaucratic management, which is like one step, or like maybe not one step, many steps closer to that next highest level of bureaucratic management, being the world government, right? The world government system. So you can kind of see how it leads towards that and serves that end. I think I was here, wasn't I? Sarkozy's chief instruments of Euro-Mediterranean policy were the interministerial mission of the Union for the Mediterranean and the Cultural Council. Oh, sorry. I thought that was all one thing. Let me redo that bit. Sarkozy's chief instruments of Euro-Mediterranean policy were the interministerial mission of the Union for the Mediterranean and the Cultural Council of the Union for the Mediterranean. Both outfits created specifically for the purpose. So there you are. So both outfits created specifically for the purpose. So because we want to achieve this thing, we're going to have to get a lot of money and create these organizations, fill them with bureaucrats, technocrats, managerial quote-unquote elite, although they're not elite. And that's going to be responsible for making all the decisions and running the administration, doling out the resources, and managing, all these vast amounts of people. While the interministerial mission was used to launch the MUUFM project, the Cultural Council was intended to promote public and private initiatives that foster the cultural dimensions of the Union for the Mediterranean. The nature of the initiatives and dimensions to be promoted by the Council becomes clear from Sarkozy's appointee as its president, namely former Foreign Secretary Renaud Muselier, who was also president of the Arab World Institute, and an Arab-French propaganda operation promoting Arab language, culture, and religion. On his part, the head of the interministerial mission was Sarkozy's special advisor, Henri Guano, professor at the Paris Institute of Political Studies, where Sarkozy was a student in 1979 to 1981. The Paris Institute is an organization operating in partnership with Rockefeller-associated outfits like the London School of Economics and the School of International and Public Affairs of Columbia University, where Barack Obama graduated, and, as noted earlier, is run by the Rockefeller-funded FNSP. Sarkozy himself was a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Leaders of Tomorrow group. And again, I just got to point out that this was written in 2012 with an update in 2017. And Ratiu was talking about the World Economic Forum and its young global leaders. Well, I mean, here it says Global Leaders of Tomorrow. We know it as the young global leaders who, using... Right, I've been talking for too long. I can't finish my sentence. The young global leaders who Klaus Schwab used to penetrate the cabinets of all the governments in the Western world, right? And you remember the word penetrate is also one favored by the Fabian socialists because it's what they did as well. They penetrate and permeate groups, political parties, organizations, unions, even religious groups as well. Just get in there and change it from the inside very slowly over time. Get in, get yourself to a position of influence and power, and then gradually steer things in the direction that you had in mind all along. That's the Fabian way. It's also the Schwabian way. But just shows you how Ratiu had his finger on the pulse, 10 years at least before any of us, probably much longer before any of us as well, because he was writing this book and doing all the research and the reading. But yeah, it's just seeing the World Economic Forum mentioned in this as well. It's just really impressive. So this clearly links the MUEFM project with Rockefeller interests. This linkage is confirmed by the trilateral itself. On 7th to 9th November 2008, its European section held a meeting in Paris whose summary stated that Mr. Obama's election was setting the stage for a broader change worldwide, that France was undergoing a similar situation while playing an active role in the change of the EU, that this new thrust was expressed, among other things, by the Pact on Immigration designed to manage immigration but with no apparent results since its approval in 2008. The Mediterranean Union and the initiatives taken to harness financial and economic turmoil with efficient solutions, and concluded that the Euromed project was intended as a model for the world, and that the establishment of a bureau of the UFM with an Israeli deputy chairman sitting together with a Palestinian one was a revolution. But that's the key bit there, a model for the world. But world government's just a conspiracy theory, isn't it? The above statement is highly significant for a number of reasons, notable among which are: Obama's election was part of a worldwide plan. France's change from centre-right to centre-left was part of the same plan. The Sarkozy government operated in parallel with the Obama administration, which also once again demonstrates that the French section of the Anglo-American establishment is playing a key role in the Milner-Fabian conspiracy, trilateral approval of the MU-UFM scheme, and the use of the name Mediterranean Union. It will be recalled that 8 months after the Trilateral's Paris meeting, in a speech in the Egyptian capital echoing that of Prince Charles in 2006, Obama announced a new beginning between the United States and Muslims around the world, introducing the same program of social and economic development and West Muslim collaboration as that promoted by Sarkozy. Specifically, Obama pledged to advance technological and scientific development in Muslim-majority countries and promised to promote child and maternal health in Muslim communities. Tellingly, he did not say what Muslims were going to do for the Western world. Instead, like Prince Charles, Obama claimed that Islam's tradition of tolerance can be seen in the history of the Muslim-occupied Spain, and welcomed Turkey's leadership in the pro-Islamic Alliance of Civilizations project. It bears mentioning at this point that Mr. Barack Hussein Obama was born to a Muslim father, his grandfather having converted to Islam, and that, in Islamic tradition, children born to Muslim parents are considered Muslims. At any rate, the Trilateral Summary also describes the Mediterranean Union as a great success and a major breakthrough. Regarding the use of the phrase Mediterranean Union, this was in fact the original name for the scheme, being later officially dropped in favour of the less controversial Union for the Mediterranean. Ostensibly, the change was made at the request of Germany, who, like other northern European countries, was not a great fan of Sarkozy's initiative, but there can be little doubt that another motive was to cover up the fact that the central agenda in EU-Arab relations was no longer dialogue or even cooperation or partnership, but economic, political, and cultural union, no less. Given the explosive implications, it is not in the least surprising that the whole project bears the hallmark of a semi-secret operation and is barely mentioned in the media, as if it were of little consequence. As pointed out by Batyi Or, the Euro-Arab project is totally unknown to Europeans, although European taxpayers are funding many of the organizations working for its implementation. And this is the key part, and one of the key takeaways is all this has been done without consent. For all of us living in the European democracies, all this has been done, planned, orchestrated, carried out without your permission or your consent, without even, there's been actively efforts to hide it and occult it and obfuscate it. And it's only by reading these kind of books, which are hard to find and massively expensive, can you even get an inkling of what it is that's going on. So the book he's mentioning here is it's on my shelf somewhere. I forget where I've put it now. Maybe I put it over here. It is Bat Yor is the author, and the title is called something like Eurabia. I moved all my books around and now I can't remember where I put it. So I'll have to get it another day for you. Oh, it's there. Eurabia, Land of Islam, the Euro-Arab Axis, and the author there is Bat Yeor. And of course, if you look up this author on Wikipedia, she's a conspiracy theorist and extremist. So I knew that I would have to get a copy of that. Could be the next one we read on the channel, maybe, if people want to carry on with this topic. She's got a lot of books out, actually. And this is a 2005 publication. But let's go back to Ratiu. Continuing, academic publications on the subject, like Bitchy and Gillespie's The Union for the Mediterranean, are typically concerned with technical issues such as how the project is progressing or fulfilling its intended function, while completely ignoring its impact on European society and culture. This, of course, is no accident. Federica Bicci is lecturer in International Relations of Europe at the London School of Economics, and Professor Gillespie is the founder of Liverpool University's Europe and the World Centre, whose advisory board includes Edward C. Page, Sydney and Beatrice Webb Professor of Public Policy, London School of Economics, and Professor Whitman, head of the European Programme, Chatham House, Royal Institute for International Affairs. In addition, EWC counts among its associates Darbush Hakim of the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. OIES, that's the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies, is an organisation focusing on North African gas and is run by representatives of Arab and Western oil interests such as Ian Wybrew Bond, former board director of Shell UK Exploration and Production, currently of Saipem Spa, a subsidiary of the Italian Energy Agency, ENI, which is partly owned by the Italian state financing entity Cassa di Depositi e Prestiti, a co-founder of the Inframed Infrastructure Fund, and Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Vice Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, Saudi Arabia. Professor Gillespie is also the founder and editor of the Routledge journal Mediterranean Politics. Thus, academic education, research and publication on the Mediterranean Union all are dominated by the same combination of left-wing and international financial interests, which is behind the project. Unsurprisingly, the above trilateral meeting was chaired by none other than Peter Sutherland, chairman of the Trilateral Commission Europe, BP, Goldman Sachs International, and London School of Economics, and Frank's favourite man. Moreover, we find that participants in the meeting included the following trilateral members: Alfonso Cortina, Vice Chairman, Rothschild Europe; Michael David Weil, former Chairman, Lazard LLC; Guy Elliott, TC Executive Committee Member and Finance Director, Rio Tinto London; Nigel Higgins, co-head of Global Investment Banking, NM Rothschild; Lord Kerr of Kinlochard, Deputy Chairman, Royal Dutch Shell plc; Lord Simon of Highbury, Senior Advisor, Morgan Stanley Europe, an offshoot of JP Morgan & Co. A gathering of such leading lights is in itself highly revealing. Not only does it prove that, in addition to the Rockefeller Group, other well-known key members of the Anglo-American establishment and associates are involved in the MUEFM project, but it demonstrates the importance of the project to the money power. It should also be recalled that Goldman Sachs was a close Rockefeller collaborator and key supporter of Barack Obama. In addition, Sarkozy's Minister of Foreign and European Affairs was the socialist Bernard Kouchner, who was married to Christine Ockrent, daughter of Paul Henry Spack's head of private office and a member, with Peter Sutherland, of the influential pro-EU Centre for European Reform. The above explains the otherwise incomprehensible fact that the supposedly centre-right and anti-Muslim Sarkozy was a key architect of Islamization, in effect doing the bidding of the Trilateral Commission and its left-wing masterminds. It also exposes the left-wing political system in France and other EU countries as a scam devised to allow the international money power to rule the world from behind a smokescreen of liberal democracy while busily constructing world socialism. Okay, that's a good quote. Definitely put that one in your back pocket. When I've finished penciling a box around it, you could grab it. Little screen grab, perhaps. It must be noted in this regard that trilateralists believe in economic and ideological cycles in which political power alternately changes hands from conservatives to liberal socialists and back again at regular intervals, marked by the election of political leaders whose policies lend themselves to the advancement of trilateral agendas. Thus, every change of political party creates ideal conditions for broader changes or great leaps forward, which is a phrase borrowed from Marxist, Leninist, Maoist terminology in a trilateralist direction. Indeed, despite ideological differences, Sarkozy's socialist successor François Hollande announced his commitment to the Euro-Mediterranean project, which he placed in the hands of his foreign minister, the ominously named Laurent Fabius. No way. The ominously named Laurent Fabius, Francois Mitterrand's favourite heir, and member of the Money Powers Trilateral Commission and Siècle Club, while appointing Attali associate Rothschild and C manager and socialist philosopher Emmanuel Macron, Deputy Secretary General in charge of economic issues. Yeah, that whole paragraph there is incredibly important. Very, sometimes you just hit a paragraph that summarizes things very, very well. So, that was one of them, right there. I'll move that sticky note in case you just want to get a screen grab. Continuing. Whose interests the MUUFM is serving is further evident from the Deputy Secretary General of its Secretariat, the Italian Lino Cardarelli. Excuse me a sec. Almost didn't mute there. Italian Lino Cardarelli, a former London School of Economics student who specialised in strategy and politics at the notorious Brookings Institution, an outfit described as a trilateral think tank. Cardarelli has also been executive director of Bankers Trust Europe, chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce, and executive director of the International Foreign Bankers Association. On the 24th of November 2010, he was invited to speak at a closed-door meeting of businessmen and bankers held in Rome and promoted by the Trilateral Commission. On the issue, quote, growth scenarios and new players in the Mediterranean area. Needless to say, it is precisely such meetings and many others of the Bilderberg Group and associated outfits that to most observers' mind prove the illegitimate intentions of the money power. Such suspicions are not unfounded. Cardarelli has also been lecturing at the London School of Economics European Institute as part of its series Perspectives on Europe, where he has called for the strengthening of Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. Particularly revealing, however, is the financing facility for Sarkozy's MUUFM project, namely the InfraMed Infrastructure Fund. It was launched in April 2009 by FEMIP, the European Investment Bank's financial arm for the Mediterranean, together with French, Italian and Moroccan saving banks, and the Egyptian private investment bank EFG Hermes. EFG Hermes' history exposes it as a close associate of Rockefeller interests. In January 1975, Chase Manhattan Bank CEO David Rockefeller and President Anwar Sadat of Egypt, the leader of the Arab world, signed an agreement creating a joint venture with the National Bank of Egypt. The joint venture, called Chase National Bank of Egypt and later Commercial International Bank, was managed by Yasser El-Malawani, who, in 2001, joined EFG Hermes, where he acquired a leading position. Further investigation reveals how Rothschild interests operate in parallel with the Rockefeller Group. A key element in the chain of events was France's eminence grise Olivier Stern, who belonged to the Pompidou Guy Rothschild set from early childhood. Having been vice president of the radical Socialist Party, Stern served under 6 presidents, entering government in 1973 under Rothschild associates Pompidou and Mesmer, and becoming Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs under Trilateral Commission members Giscard d'Estaing and Foreign Minister Raymond Barre. From 1998 to 2001, he served as advisor to Rothschild and C. Bank. For good measure, Stern was also a member of the Masonic Grand Lodge National Francais, and in 2005 he became advisor to Sarkozy, then leader of the centre-right party Union for a Popular Movement. In February 2007, during the presidential campaign, Sarkozy launched his idea of a Mediterranean Union, which he repeated on his election in May. Also in May, Francois Perrault, managing partner at Rothschild & C, became LZ Deputy Secretary General in charge of the economy and grand architect of Sarkozy's economic program. Sarkozy was also linked at the time with billionaire industrialist Vincent Bolloré, whose Bolloré Group operated throughout Africa and clearly stood to gain from large-scale EU projects on that continent. In addition, as director of French banking network Natixis, former director of the European Investment Bank and former associate of Edmond de Rothschild Bank, Bolloré had the necessary connections for such schemes. In September 2007, under co-CEO El Maloney, EFG Hermes launched its Middle East North Africa Opportunities Trust with money from Harvard Management Company, a subsidiary of Harvard, which invests the university's $32 billion endowment. Like EFG Hermes, HMC was run by Rockefeller Associates. In 2006 to 2007, it was headed by Mohammed El Erian, formerly of the CFR-TC-controlled International Monetary Fund, and before that by Jack Meyer, former treasurer and chief investment officer of the Rockefeller Foundation. At the same time, the advisory committee of the MENA Opportunities Fund itself included El Erian and Lord Jacob Rothschild, chairman, and Andrew Knight, director of Rothschild Investment Trust Capital Partners. This renders the Rockefeller-Rothschild fingerprints clearly visible all over the Mediterranean Union project. In 2009, while Olivier Stern was appointed Sarkozy's advisor for the UFM, EFG Hermes and Associates credited Inframed. The latter, according to Inframed Management and EIB, is the largest player in the Southeast Mediterranean, Middle East, North Africa infrastructure. The president of the Inframed's Investors Committee was Franco Bassanini, former member of the Italian Socialist Party, founder and president of the left-wing think tank for administrative reform Astrid, member of the Attali Commission, and the CDP president. The then EIB president was the Belgian Philippe Maystadt, chairman of the IMF Interim Committee in the 1990s and Bilderberg participant. Incidentally, Maystadt was succeeded by the German Werner Hoyer, a member of the European Union of Federalists, with which campaigns for world government and has a history of close collaboration with Milner-Rockefeller interests. As we saw earlier, EIB was a close collaborator of Rothschild interest in European projects like the Channel Tunnel. It may also be recalled that Rockefeller created InvestCorp with the Arab League's Arab Monetary Fund, which is backing Prince Charles's Islamization program and similar projects. In 2010, Stern became the UMP's Secretary for Diversity and in the following year created the Union of French Muslims. Another key promoter of the same agenda with Rothschild connections is the French-Tunisian Hakim El Karoui. El Karoui is assistant manager at Rothschild & C, a reincarnation of Bank de Rothschild, in charge of African and Mediterranean mergers and acquisitions, as well as founder and director of the elite 21st Century Club, which promotes cultural and racial diversity. Caroui's club tellingly points to the French establishment's similarly named Club Le Siècle, whose exclusive membership consists of the head of Rothschild and C. Edouard de Rothschild, as well as Sarkozy, Kouchner, Fabius, and other members of the powerful and wealthy set. To this club and set also belongs Fabius's old school friend, Algerian-born Dr. Jacques Attali, a notorious Marxist, prophet of world government, and longtime Rothschild associate. A special advisor to President Francois Mitterrand, Attali in 1991 founded the London-based European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which is involved in the southern and eastern Mediterranean and other regions penetrated by the money power. Attali's EBRD was a founding owner of the Rothschild outfit Tree Granite, has Riccardo Politi of NM Rothschild as managing director for energy and natural resources. Currently works on a Eurasian tunnel linking mainland Turkey with Europe, and has various planned investment projects in North Africa and Jordan. In 2007, Sarkozy appointed Attali head of the Commission for the Liberation of France's Economic Growth, an international project involving the CFR-controlled World Bank and European members of the money power like Rothschild Europe Vice Chairman Per Gillenhammer and Franco Bassanini of Cassa Depositi and Inframed. It follows from all this that a coalition of Rockefeller, Rothschild, Arab and European left interests is the driving force behind the Mediterranean Union project and on a wider scale behind the Islamization of the Western world. While the above interests have been pushing for the economic, political and cultural union of Europe with the Arab world, immigration has been high on the EU-Euromed agenda. Among the objectives adopted by the 2005 Barcelona Declaration and the Euro-Mediterranean ministerial meetings in 2006 and 2007 were the promotion of migration opportunities, facilitating and simplifying migration procedures, removing obstacles to legitimate travel, and optimizing the social and economic benefits of migration for countries of origin, transit, and destination. So that's pretty... that's a damning list because it's explaining what the goals were. To make immigration easier for certain people to go in a certain direction. Clearly, the overarching objective, accelerated by the Arab Spring, has been to facilitate and promote Muslim immigration into Europe. Tellingly, trilateralist Peter Sutherland, who chaired his organization's 2008 Paris meeting, was also special representative of the UN Secretary-General for Migration and, as noted earlier, head of the UN's immigrationist operation, the Global Forum on Migration and Development. It is not out of place to also point out the connections between EFG, which is the Egyptian financial group, Hermes, and the European financial group SA Luxembourg, part of the Rothschild-dominated Luxembourg Bankers Association. While EFG Hermes has been advised by the Rothschild Group on the Mediterranean project, EFG SA has been advised by the same group on operations in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. At about the same time, in March 2009, the EU launched its Eastern Partnership project, aiming to incorporate Europe's eastern neighbours Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus, Armenia, Georgia and Azerbaijan. Arguably, the first 5 of these belong to Europe's wider ethnic, cultural and religious sphere. By contrast, Azerbaijan is indisputably a Muslim state whose population speaks a Turkic language of Central Asian origin and cannot be said to be part of Europe in any meaningful sense. The inclusion of Azerbaijan exposes a wider EU agenda. In October 2009, in view of the Spanish presidency of the EU beginning on the 1st of January 2010, The London School of Economics controlled Barcelona Centre for International Relations and the Barcelona Economy Circle published a project for Europe, proposing a strong and open Europe, and ominously greater involvement of the East in Europe. If the neurotic repetition of the phrase open Europe has by now become something of a mania in Euromed discourse, the insistence on a strong and open Europe borders on schizophrenia. Diversity is unity. This is no isolated phenomenon. It is symptomatic of the general schizophrenia endemic to Milner-Fabian Western society, whose versatile, multifunctional, and multipurpose citizen is trained from an early age to develop multiple identities and personalities that enable him, to paraphrase Marx, to be conservative today and progressive tomorrow. Male in the morning, female in the afternoon. What? This guy, he's like a prophet. It's the clownfish. Back in 2012. It's just crazy. While white in the evening and black after dinner, and alternately or simultaneously Christian, Muslim, and atheist in between, all for the benefit of a spurious economic growth and social progress that stubbornly refuses to materialize for anyone except the ruling clique. That's another one of those paragraphs worth snapping. As noted earlier, see Chapter 2, CIDOB works on Mediterranean issues in conjunction with a network of organizations based primarily in Spain, but also in other European countries like Italy, and Arab countries like the Arab League Educational, Cultural and Scientific Organization, Tunis, as well as with UN outfits like the World Urban Forum. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. To promote and implement its Eurasian agenda, CIDOB forms a joint body with the Spanish Asia House and the think tank Royal Elcano Institute with the objective of facilitating greater closeness with Central Asia, again in collaboration with European and international networks working on the topic. A related outfit is the EU Asia Centre, Brussels, a think tank promoting closer relations with Asia. The East, therefore, means the Islamic world from the Middle East all the way to Central Asia, to the borders of, and no doubt eventually including Afghanistan and Pakistan. We note that in June 2012, EU High Commissioner Catherine Ashton visited Islamabad to launch the ominously named EU-Pakistan Strategic Dialogue. During an earlier debate workshop, CIDOB experts had declared that the region's new identity was based on a hybrid moderate Islam marked by communism. It does not appear to have occurred to the said experts that no matter how moderate a brand of Islam is, it can turn into less moderate versions at any time. Like other similar organizations across Europe, particularly in France and Italy, the Barcelona Economy Circle is a group representing pro-EU business interests associated with the international money power. It was founded in 1958 by Carlos Ferrer Salat, who later became Trilateral Commission member, President of Banco de Europa, Vice President of the Union of Industrial and Employers Confederations of Europe, President of the European Economic and Social Committee, member of the International Olympic Committee, etc. Similarly, the EU Asia Centre is officially associated with the Foundation for International Relations and Foreign Dialogue, Madrid, the European Council on Foreign Relations, the Euro-Mediterranean Study Commission, of which Chatham House is a member, and the Policy Association for an Open Society, an offshoot of Soros's Open Society Institute. In short, all projects contributing to the Islamization of Europe can be traced to the same international financial interest. Follow the money. The true purpose of Inframed becomes apparent from the objectives of its parent organization, the Euro-Mediterranean Facility for Investment and Partnership, or Facilité Euro-Méditerranéenne d'Investissement et de Partenariat, which are the modernization, democratization, and opening up of the economies of the Mediterranean partner countries with a view to creating an investment-friendly environment and supporting the private sector in the form of local initiatives or direct foreign investment. In other words, its purpose is to open up the economies of the countries involved to commercial penetration and ultimately political domination by international money interests. This treatment has been applied to Eastern European countries penetrated by the EU and associated money interests, to the Mediterranean region, and to the South Caucasus Central Asia region. In a policy memo, the ECFR conceded that the EU is more concerned about its own energy interests and security in Azerbaijan than for the state of democracy there. The parallels between penetration of Eastern Europe countries in the 1990s and penetration of the Mediterranean and Central Asia regions are highlighted in Trilateral Commission and related literature. There are good reasons for this. It will be recalled that EU expansion into Central and Eastern Europe coincided with Soros and Rothschild activities in the region. The same applies to EU expansion into South Caucasus and Central Asia. As in Eastern Europe, Soros has been operating in the region since the 1990s through organizations like the Soros Foundation, Kazakhstan, Open Society Institute Assistance Foundation, Azerbaijan, and sister outfits in neighboring states, all part of his international network of open society foundations, clearly preparing the ground for the international money power to spread its tentacles and take over by stealth. Soros was involved in orchestrating the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, which is currently controlled by Soros-associated oligarchs, pushing the country into the arms of the ever-expanding EU, and reportedly the 2003 coup in Georgia. Similarly, while Rothschild interests in Central and Eastern Europe are operating through JNR, their main outfit in Central Asia is TOW Capital plc, a joint venture of Jacob Rothschild's Spencer House Capital Management and Kazakhstan's Compass Asset Management. The Rothschilds have long historical links in the region. Rothschild Frères owned oil fields near Baku, Azerbaijan in the early 1900s. Needless to say, Rothschild operations in the region represent a fraction of the activities of the Rothschild Group, which operates in over 40 countries around the world. The group's influence and power are significantly multiplied by its members serving as partners, directors, and trustees of numerous other companies, and in particular, by their acting as advisors and financiers to business and governments. However, the dismal economic performance of Rothschild-dominated regimes, including that of France, where Rothschild and C manager Emmanuel Macron was in charge of economy and finance, raises the question as to whether Rothschild influence does not ultimately work more in favour of Rothschild interests than in favour of the countries concerned. Poor economic performance provides additional reasons for intervention by the money power and plunges the affected economies and the world deeper and deeper into a vicious circle of bogus Keynesian Fabian economics and rising dependence on international finance. That the money power has lost faith in the wisdom of its own economic projects is evident from statements by its representative George Soros, to the effect that the very foundations of economic theory have proved to be inadequate, forcing him to set up the Institute of New Economic Thinking, a member of the Money Power's Oxford Martin School, to completely rethink economic theory. On Soros and the economic establishment's past performance, it is not difficult to guess what the outcome of this new effort might be. Yeah, so I suppose that this whole reinventing of the economic theory, you know, they're really busy working on this. This Keynesian thing could never last forever. and they're really having to scramble to roll out the next scam. Keynesian economics was a scam, but they've kicked the can down the road basically as pretty much as far as it'll go. Parallel Mike talks about this all the time on Parallel Systems broadcast. And it has to give. Something has to give, but they want to control demolition, so they want to get another system in place before they kind of yell pull it, as the guy did on the day of the 11th of September 2001. So before they pull it, before they blow it up, before they detonate it and press the plunger down on the current system, they got to get the new one in place that a lot of people will beg for in the chaos and the aftermath, and people will seamlessly transition into it. Because everything's digital, most people won't even notice, but there'll be some big changes, I think. I think it'll be something to do with linking all your data to your money. So, if you don't do the right behaviors, say the right things, if you access things that we don't want you to, all that feeds into whether or not you get your digital credits for the week or the month or whatever it might be. So I think they're kind of busy implementing that and planning it out, while we are, arguing about Elon Musk or whatever else is going on to make people infuriated and outraged on the Twixter these days. Okay, continuing. At any rate, what must be noted is that Tau Capital was set up in 2007 for the purpose of investing in precisely those countries that were to form part of the EU's Eastern Partnership program, and similar projects sponsored by the LSE-TC leadership and co-funded by the EBRD, EIB, and associated commercial banks. As is well known, the London School of Economics is funded by Rothschild, Rockefeller, Arab, and associated interests, and so are numerous other academic institutions, including the universities of Oxford, Harvard, and New York, with which proponents of projects like the EAP and MU-UFM are closely connected. From the time of Lord Rosebery and his brother-in-law, Lord Rothschild, LSE has also been governed by individuals with close links to the corporate community. While Goldman Sachs partner Sutherland served as its chairman, Rothschild and Associates discreetly run various key departments, for example, the advisory board of LSE's Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change, and the environment, founded and financed by Shell interests, includes Sir Evelyn de Rothschild of EL Rothschild Limited and Vikram Singh Mehta of Shell Companies India. The pattern that emerges is identical to that noted in the creation and running of the League of Nations, EU and UN. The money power finances research institutions, think tanks and other advisory bodies which propose to government departments, influenced or controlled by the money power, policies serving the agenda of the money power. These policies are then implemented by organizations funded, run, or otherwise influenced or controlled by the same money power. As in previous internationalist projects, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds are key players in developments connected with the Mediterranean Union and Islamization. In addition, in May 2012, Lord Jacob Rothschild's RITCP announced its acquisition of a 37% stake in David Rockefeller's wealth advisory and asset management group, Rockefeller Financial Services. That was a Financial Times article, 2012, Rockefellers and Rothschilds Unite. So there's your answer about them being allies, or all lies, as the case may be. This makes the two groups officially associates for the first time in the history of their relationship, demonstrating not only their global reach but their mutual commitment to close collaboration. Together with the merging of the various European Rothschild interests, the move also illustrates the consolidation of international money interests and the relentless concentration of power in the hands of the same clique who started it all. That's another incredibly important paragraph there. This chapter's full of them. However, while in the 1950s and 60s the money power's global framework of power and influence was firmly in Western hands, it's now increasingly being infiltrated and taken over by non-Western groups grown rich and powerful as a result of the Western money power's own policies. Individual Muslims have long penetrated the international power structure. The legendary Saudi Suleiman Ioan started as a truck driver for the Arabian American Oil Company in the 1940s and ended up holding substantial shares in JP Morgan Chase, Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank. Another example is Mohammed El Erian, CEO of the Pacific Investment Management Company, member of the IMF Capital Markets Consultative Group, and former head of the Harvard Management Company. But developments like the admission of the Arab League to EU meetings and the selection of Muslims for the post of United Nations General Assembly President reflect dramatic changes in power relations taking place at the very core of that structure. These changes are reflected not only in EU Mediterranean policy but also in the spectacular shift of America's relationship with the Muslim world from confrontation to open collaboration, much praised by the Trilateral Commission and the CFR. Excuse me. What do we get to? And the CFR. More specifically, there are reflected in the EFG Hermes Agreement in May 2012 to create a joint venture with Q Invest, a unit of the Qatar Islamic Bank, which would make the latter a majority stockholder of EFG Hermes. Qatar is a major sponsor of Islamic radicalism, to which it has contributed billions of dollars. Sooner or later, EFG Hermes and associated outfits will be run not by Rockefeller frontmen, but by hardline Islamists, and the same applies to the Mediterranean Union itself and allied instruments of Islamization. That Muslims are gradually replacing their left-wing collaborators at the top of the Islamization project is evidenced by the constellation of dignitaries consisting of Moza bint Nasser al-Misned, Turkey's Islamist Prime Minister Recep Erdogan, UFM co-architect Zapatero, UN High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations Georges Sampao, and UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon himself, who posed together for the Money Powers news agencies after the AOC opening conference in Madrid on the 15th of January 2008. Thus, while the Arab Spring currently sweeping through North Africa and the Middle East has been hailed as a democratization, a Europeanization, or a westernization of the region, what is actually taking place is the systematic Islamization of Europe and the West. The fact is that Islamist groups are on the rise everywhere, as seen, for example, in Egypt, Iraq, and Syria. Moreover, for demographic reasons alone, the international power structure is rapidly slipping out of the hands of white European American groups. Before long, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers will be replaced by the Al Sauds and their African and Asian associates. It may be added that the Arab Spring, to which the Trilateral Commission refers as Arab Awakening, is the doing of the same interests. The fact that it was apparently started by spontaneous protests against government policies should not detract from the ubiquitous involvement of CIA MI6 elements in Libya and elsewhere. In Syria, opponents of President Assad, operating from bases in Turkey, have been trained and funded by the US State Department through Soros-associated outfits like the Institute for War and Peace Reporting and Freedom House. Significantly, IWPR is chaired by Sir David Bell, former director of the Lazard-associated global media group Pearson, director of The Economist, and trustee of Common Purpose International. Nor can the Arab Spring be unrelated to the MUUFM project. As for the Money Powers Muslim partners, their global ambitions are evident from their international activities. Qatar Islamic Bank, which operates according to Islamic Sharia law, has set up a global network of subsidiaries, affiliates and associates, including the ominously named European Financial House of the London and the Asian Finance Bank of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The Money Powers' response to these developments has been to demand more of the same, only bigger and faster. At its 2011 European meeting at The Hague, the Trilateral Commission called for the EU to show far greater ambition, set up a true Euro-Med community, cast aside a Fortress Europe mentality, present itself as an open Europe, avoid the mistake of dividing states into moderate and radical, and most ominously of all, to be open to all interested external powers. Come what may, the Trilateral wants all North African and Middle Eastern countries incorporated into Europe by 2030. The reasoning being that Europe will lose 20 million inhabitants by then, and therefore it will need the demographic dynamism of the southern and eastern Mediterranean. The fact is that the Middle East North Africa region consists of 11 Muslim states: Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, the Palestinian Authority, Syria, Tunisia, and Turkey, which will be joined by South European ones like Albania and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and eventually, no doubt, further members from the Gulf states to Iraq, making up a total of about 17 states with a population of over 400 million. Incorporating them all into a true Euro-Med community goes far beyond adding 20 million. It will create a Muslim majority and an Islamic superstate on European soil. The final result of this policy will be nothing less than the irrevocable destruction of European culture and civilization. This will become even more the case with the implementation of the current plans to open up the European Union to Islamic, Western, and Central Asia. As if this were not catastrophic enough, the money power represented by the Trilateral Commission and associated outfits is planning a union not only with North Africa but with the rest of the continent. Uniting Europe with Africa, the Anglo-American establishment's traditional source of income and power, is an entrenched Milner-Fabian fantasy. Africa has been a long-time target for Milner-Fabian penetration. The charter company of the Rhodes, Beit, Rothschild Combine had already been in operation there in the late 1880s, and the development of Africa was enshrined by Rothschild Lieutenant René Meyer, a radical socialist, as one of Europe's essential tasks in the 1950 Schuman Declaration. Fabians, too, began to show interest in African affairs in the 1890s. By 1916, Fabian societies began to appear in South Africa and elsewhere, with larger organizations cropping up in the 1930s and 40s. The Cape Fabian Society, the Nigerian Labour Study Circle, and of course the notorious London-based Fabian Africa Bureau, Fabian Colonial Bureau, and the Movement for Colonial Freedom, all operating in close collaboration with each other for Fabian ends. Co-founded in 1952 by Fabian executive member Arthur Creech Jones and Rita Hindon, the Africa Bureau was funded by David Astor and, along with James Bailey, son of Abe Bailey, promoted the likes of Nelson Mandela and his communist-controlled African National Congress Party. Africa's freedom movements, or socialist takeovers, were part of a wider plan hatched by the Fabian Colonial Bureau, established in 1940 by the same Arthur Creech Jones and Rita Hindon, who co-authored the Plan for Africa, laying down sweeping Fabian designs for the continent. Among the Bureau's many African members was President of Tanzania Julius Nyerere, who, having become acquainted with Fabian teachings during his university years in Edinburgh, went on to develop his own socialist theories, forming the basis of African socialism, and set up the African Liberation Committee, through which he supported scores of anti-European politicians and freedom fighters. His organization of African Unity was succeeded by the African Union and its daughter organization, the African Economic Community, which aims to reconstruct Africa along the lines of the EU. The idea of uniting Milner-Fabian-controlled Europe with Milner-Fabian-controlled Africa was embraced in 1960 by the CFR outfit, the American Committee on United Europe, before its funds were diverted to more pressing projects like NATO. But the project was never forgotten, and work to that end has been quietly carried out ever since, with the result that this enduring Milner-Fabian dream is now set to come true. In an interview with the North African magazine Jeune Afrique, Olivier Stern, Sarkozy's advisor for the UFM and UMP liaison officer for the Milner-Fabian instigated African Union, stated, quote, "My mission is to prove that the UFM is not a moat, but a bridge between Europe and sub-Saharan Africa. In reality, President Sarkozy wants to establish a Euro-African axis with the UFM as its core. Indeed, we find that having done extensive work on the Euro-Mediterranean area, the money powers think tank armada consisting of dozens of operations like CIDOB and associated outfits is now exploring EMEA and Eurasia, the next steps in Europe's Orwellian progression towards global government and self-annihilation. Africa's population will soon reach 2 billion, hundreds of millions of whom will be free to move to Europe in search of work for the benefit of the money power and its political collaborators, which is why Peter Sutherland has hailed it as a good thing. Meanwhile, while the money power is extracting financial profit from Mediterranean, Central Asian and African countries, Europe is being forced to accept Islamization through mass immigration and cultural religious imperialism. This is the money power's new deal for Europe and the Western world. Thanks to this deal, Muslim interests, global ambitions, Let's do that bit again. Thanks to this deal, Muslim interests, global ambitions have penetrated not only Western stock exchanges, banks and universities, but even the once exclusive world of Western sport. In Britain alone, the Arab Emirates Etihad Airways has taken over sponsorship of the Manchester City Football Club and the Harlequins Rugby Club of Twickenham, leading to the renaming of the Manchester and Twickenham stadiums as Etihad Stadium and Etihad Stand, respectively. Similarly, Emirates Airlines slogan Fly Emirates now sponsors cricket and football clubs like Durham County Cricket Club and Arsenal FC. Predictably enough, this has led to similar renaming of Durham and Islington stadiums as Emirates. In short, it's not difficult to see how Emirates can one day develop into caliphate on European soil. Might have to just pause there for a little swig. That's probably, I think, the longest chapter in this book. This went on forever. So detailed. I see we got R. Murray1 and Heidi over on Rumble. Good to see you both. Hope you're doing all right. Shout out to Heidi. I got this in the post today, which is I'm very excited about. Let's see. Let's go over to this cam. I'll hold it up. I'm not going to read it out in case we trigger some sort of censorship or whatever. But yeah, very exciting. I could only find one copy of this online. And because of a very kind donation to the show and the channel, I was able to snap this up, but only after a massive price drop because it was listed for like 140 quid. And then suddenly the price just dropped. And because I had this little donation in the bank, I was like, ooh, pounced on it and I bought it, and now we have that. So I'm very excited to read that one as well. So thanks to you, Heidi, for that. I appreciate the support very much. And we got Dars K as well. Just popped in on YouTube. Good to see you. There's been quite a few comments. I don't know if I'm going to get to all of these. Frank Lennon says, this penultimate chapter in essence describes people with obscene amounts of money and evil minds deploying the money to devastate the world around them. Well said. David James Flood says, young global leaders include Jacinda Ardern, Justin Trudeau, Boris Johnson, Angela Merkel, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. The list goes on. And it's also worth noting, Keir Starmer is a member of the Rockefeller-funded Trilateral Commission. True. And he was a young global leader. Yes, this is this network, right? They're like a different class of people, or they see themselves as a different class of people. George Carlin said, "It's a big club and you're not in it." I can't imagine I will ever be invited to participate in any of the fundraisers and get-togethers and board meetings and events that these characters all attend, right? So it does feel like an oligarchy. It's a separate class of people with finance behind them, backing them, and they're going to get opportunities by virtue of their network and the connections that are just not open to, the average Joe and Jane in the street. And so, kudos to Ratiu for painstakingly describing in all this detail the different groups and board meetings and institutes and foundations and their memberships and the jobs that they've had and the banks and the overlaps between all these groups. It's mind-boggling. It really is mind-boggling. But Frank says super incestuous relationship between all of these banks and organizations. Same old names cropping up again and again. Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's an incestuous relationship. It's the same names, the same players every time. And the frustrating thing is that there's so much disinfo and misinfo out there, so much distraction, so much just stupid, pointless, waste of time, garbage, nonsense, filling people's minds all day, every day, voluntarily, because they choose to focus on that stuff, that people can't take the time to read a book like this and get to grips with how the world really works and do something about it en masse. There's small pockets of us here and there who recognize the importance of these kind of texts and understanding it, but it's kind of frustrating in that sense. Doris K is saying, George Carlin was telling me, that I'm not in the club, but he was in it. Well, yeah, he had his fame, he had his microphone, he had his career. He had excellent team of people who wrote his jokes for him. I don't know if he did it himself or not, but he probably didn't, did he? He was probably a character like most of them. Yeah. I don't know anything about him other than just what I've seen of his stand-up, but for him to have that platform, that reach, that audience, for him to be able to say the things he said, he had a long and healthy life. He was doing his last stand-up in his 80s. So, yeah, he had to be connected, didn't he? For sure. But, he did put some truth out there, despite his connections to the club. Okay, what have we got left to do? That's it. We got 489. We're on 481. We've got 8 pages left. So let's get it done. And this will end up being the longest video in the stream, but there's no point stopping now, is there, with 8 pages left? We'll probably have it wrapped up in under, I don't know, just over 4 hours, something like that. Let's go. Islamism, Jihad, and the Islamic world order. The central ideal of Islamic politics has always been the Islamic empire established in the Middle Ages by Prophet Muhammad and his successors, the caliphs. This ideal is closely linked with the concept of jihad, or religious struggle. The struggle for the restoration of the Islamic caliphate or state, whether taken in the sense of nation-state or world empire, has 2 basic forms, violent and non-violent. While violent jihad has been termed jihadism, non-violent jihad has been termed Islamism. However, both approaches aim to restore the Islamic empire and to impose Islamic law, Sharia, on society. Moreover, even non-violent Islamist groups have been known to maintain links to violent groups, and their methods have been characterized as stealth jihad. The main organizations, either founded for the declared purpose of re-establishing the Islamic Empire or embracing this goal after their creation, were 1. The Indian Caliphate Committee, 2. The Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, 3. The Pakistani Jamaat-e-Islami, and 4. The Palestinian Hizb ut-Tahrir. The Caliphate movement emerged from the Indian Aligarh movement and the All India Muslim League, which were connected with the Milner group, the Fabian Society, and the Sufi circles. The Muslim League established the All India Caliphate Committee in 1919 and inspired the Muslim Brotherhood, which was created in 1928 by the Sufi Hassan al-Banna. The Muslim Brotherhood soon became the most powerful Islamic movement in the world and later provided the inspiration for terror groups like Hamas and Al-Qaeda. The Muslim Brotherhood also inspired its Pakistani equivalent, Jamaat-e-Islami, which was founded in 1941 by the Sufi Abul Ala Maududi. Like the Brotherhood, with which it has close ties, Jamaat-e-Islami aims to establish a Sharia-based Islamic state. Also, like the Brotherhood, it is a political and religious party which runs an extensive network of Islamic schools, the kind of establishments which spawned the Taliban, which works for the creation of an Islamic state in Afghanistan. Jamaat-e-Islami has been linked with fundamentalist guerrilla organizations, Mujahideen, operating in Afghanistan like Hezb-e-Islami Gulbuddin, and Jamaat-e-Islami Afghanistan, aka Islamic Association, in collaboration with Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, whose chief, General Akhtar Abdul Rahman, wanted to create an Islamic state in Afghanistan. JIA was involved, so JIA is Jamaat-e-Islami Afghanistan, was involved in the organization of the Taliban and the creation of Al-Qaeda. While these names, where's JI? Jamaat-e-Islami. While Jamaat-e-Islami leaders are running educational institutions in Britain and Europe, like the Markfield Institute of Higher Education, Hizb ut-Tahrir, which was created in 1953 by the Sufi Taqiyuddin al-Nabhani, a Muslim Brotherhood member and protege of al-Husseini, has infiltrated Muslim student societies, particularly at London colleges and universities. Like the Muslim Brotherhood and Jamaat-e-Islami, Hizb ut-Tahrir works for the establishment of a world Islamic empire. Indeed, regardless of the means, terror attacks, guerrilla warfare, or missionary work chosen to achieve their objective, the supremacist aim of all such organizations have in common is the establishment of an Islamic state in individual countries as a first step towards a world Islamic empire or Islamic world order. It follows that the grievances Islamists cite regarding Western imperialism, Islamophobia, etc. are just pretexts used to justify their own actions. What irritates them is not the actions of the West, but the West's very existence. After all, Islam attacked the West from inception. Entirely unprovoked and motivated solely by vanity and greed, the forces of Islam invaded and conquered Christian Syria, Egypt, and the Maghreb in the 7th century, followed by Spain, Italy, Greece, and other parts of Christian Europe. The West itself, along with its culture and civilization, is the obstacle standing in the way of the Islamic world order and is therefore to be destroyed. And that's a reference to the Huntington book, Clash of Civilizations. I'm not sure what the Spencer book is here. We'll have to check that out when we get to the notes and references in a moment. What has changed since then is that, as we have seen, the Islamists are now assisted in their task by Western elites who are advancing the interests of certain financial and political groups at the expense of the common people. With their assistance, Mohammed Morsi, the head of the Brotherhood's political front, the Freedom and Justice Party, became president of Egypt in June 2012. The fact is that our liberal democratic leaders no longer represent our interests, but the interests of our enemies. As ordinary Muslims have nothing to gain from a totalitarian Islamic empire, they, too, are victims of this conspiracy. On balance, we can see that Islamization serves the interests of 4 key groups. 1, it's not really a list with numbers, just bullet points, but it advances the religious, political, and financial agendas of Islamist groups. It protects and advances the Western money power's global interests. It advances the ideological and political agenda of the left. It satisfies the deviant psychological needs of culturally displaced and disoriented personalities like Prince Charles, Francis Guy, and David Rockefeller. We can also see that, like mass immigration and multiculturalism, Islamization is diametrically opposed to the interests of the Western world's indigenous population. Therefore, it is time for democracy to be restored by uniting and mobilizing civil opposition to the pro-Islamist establishment and its policies. That's going to be tough because you're going to get labelled an Islamophobic and kicked out of your job and your house and your community by the do-gooders. From protest to resistance. In his book, Stealth Jihad, that's the book by Spencer then. In his book, Stealth Jihad, Robert Spencer lists some measures against Islamization proposed by U.S. Representative for North Carolina, Sue Myrick, in 2008, to which he adds his own suggestions. Some of these measures are: examine the tax-exempt status of Islamic organizations, audit Islamic wealth funds involved in economic and cultural warfare against the West, close down organizations aiming to impose Islamic Sharia law, end Muslim immigration, take pride in and promote Western culture and religion. Well, you're not allowed to do that, are you? Because that's racist. I think he means the virtuous kind of pride. To these, we would add: identify, expose, and end the financial and political establishment's collaboration with Islam. There is no doubt that the Myrick-Spencer measures are sensible and reasonable enough to be given serious consideration. Given that immigration and multiculturalism are among the main causes of Islamization, the last two are particularly relevant and urgent. The question is, who is to implement these measures? We have seen that Islamization has powerful allies in the financial and political establishment. In the current climate, this is unlikely to change anytime soon. On the contrary, as shown above, the money power itself is undergoing an Islamization process. In the face of the facts, several political leaders, from Britain's David Cameron to Germany's Angela Merkel and France's Nicolas Sarkozy, have publicly admitted that multiculturalism has failed, without, however, doing anything about it. Typically, politicians take up an issue to appease or deceive the electorate, only to quietly drop it later. It is not entirely surprising, therefore, that the establishment's abject failure to address the issue has resulted in what appears to be a growing trend among groups of ordinary citizens to take to the streets in protest. It should be noted in this connection that while elements of the Western establishment, particularly among those on the left, aim to create a society dominated by Islam, public opinion polls show that the general public does not wish to live under Islamic domination. Those who oppose Islamization have the moral and legal right, as well as a duty to future generations, to resist Islamization and take measures against it. Notable among these has been the British organisation English Defence League. Formed in 2009 in the Bedfordshire town of Luton, a notorious centre of Islamism, the EDL has held street demonstrations against Islamic extremism and Islamization. Predictably, counter-demonstrations have been staged by left-wing groups, clearly showing whose side the left has chosen to take. In a more disturbing development, leftist Islamist groups have reportedly hatched plans to attack EDL demonstrators with guns, knives, machetes, and explosives. That was a BBC News story. This clearly exposes the fact that while the political establishment has no democratic means of suppressing opposition to its policies, it undemocratically uses well-organised and well-funded proxies, which have included the far left Unite Against Fascism and University Islamic Societies, to do so. But no outside adversity can be as damaging to a movement as internal contradictions and infiltration from within. While opposing Islamization, the EDL has been curiously supporting multiculturalism, at least in public. One vocal supporter on its online forum was a Sikh activist using the screen name Lion Singh, who apparently also supported Labour because he believed in free health education and legal rights for all. It's not free if you're getting taxed for it, is it, mate? Come on. Schoolboy error. In several television programs, EDL leader Tommy Robinson insisted that Stephen Lennon is his other name, insisted that it is not multiculturalism which has failed but religion. In a speech in Kelmsley Wood, Birmingham, he expressed the view that multiculturalism has worked with all cultural and religious groups except Islam. But as we have seen, multiculturalism is one of the causes of Islamization. The basic equation is as follows: Muslim immigration plus high birth rates in the Muslim community plus multiculturalism equals Islamization. In addition, as shown above, Islamization is allowed to happen and even encouraged by the political establishment on the basis of an understanding with oil-producing Islamic regimes instigated by Western oil and other money interests. Political promises of free health and education are not of much use when they are the sugar coating on the toxic pill of mass immigration, multiculturalism, and Islamization. Nor are they free when there is such a heavy price to pay, namely total cultural and ethnic annihilation. In short, the causes of Islamization are clear and easy to understand. Logically speaking, those who are fighting Islamization ought to also be fighting the causes of Islamization. Tommy Robinson has also stated, "We know who our masters are, we just want them to do their job properly." Unfortunately, for the above stated reasons, the ruling order believes it is its job to make Western society multiculturalism, multiracial, multireligious, and dominated by Islam. It follows that expecting our masters to do their job properly is like expecting the wolves to guard the sheep. To be sure, the EDL leadership has proven capable of learning from experience. Having at first opposed radical Islam only, it was quick to acknowledge the wider dangers of Islamization. It now needs to see that immigration and multiculturalism are key factors in the relentless spread of Islam, and that Islam has powerful and ruthless allies in the financial and political world who will not be dissuaded by mere street demonstrations. Certainly, the tactic of opposing Islamization while apparently supporting its causes is not only confusing potential followers, but ultimately self-defeating. Such contradictions are not restricted to the EDL. Supposedly centre-right groups around the world, including political parties, are plagued by similar self-contradictory thinking. This is due to the general political disorientation and confusion prevalent in Western society as much as to the vested interests of self-appointed leaders and infiltration from the left. While the formation of new political mass organizations has become an absolute imperative and breaking the undemocratic monopoly of established parties is a step forward, real progress is only possible if the new organizations understand their task. The defeat of the left on all fronts, cultural, political, religious and economic, and the re-establishment of righteousness, and devise clear and unambiguous programs to that effect. In Britain, the UK Independence Party, UKIP, must show that it's willing and able to shed the Milner-Fabian baggage which hampers its efforts and fight for the restoration of Britain as an indigenous Christian monarchy. Alternatively, England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales could become closely allied yet independent Christian kingdoms with their own cultural and ethnic identities. Meanwhile, there's a growing feeling among opponents of Islamization that the efforts of organizations like EDL are inadequate and that a more revolutionary approach is needed. As a result, some have attempted to take the anti-Islamization movement to the stage of active resistance. A controversial figure among these is the Norwegian Anders Breivik. In July 2011, Breivik, who believed that the EDL was dangerously naive, carried out armed attacks on government buildings in Oslo and on a summer camp in Utøya Island, which was run by Norway's ruling Labour Party. The targeting of innocent citizens should of course be universally condemned by the international community. Lamentably, the moral relativism or doublethink of Fabian-dominated modern society has given rise to a perverse and reprehensible political climate in which the killing of some civilians is condemned, whereas the killing of other civilians is celebrated, depending on the victim's political persuasion and their support for or opposition to the money power and its political collaborators. Thus, the left-controlled British Heritage Foundation has chosen to erect a monument to members of Bomber Command who were responsible for the firebombing of German civilians in World War II, with the blessings of the political establishment. The construction of the monument was celebrated by the same jingoistic press which denounced Breivik's actions. The problem is that if one side can claim that the end justifies the means, so can the other. That's a very good point. That's a great explanation of the problem with moral relativism. The Breivik case raises other wider issues that cannot be suppressed or ignored in spite of attempts by the political establishment to do so. Britain's leading criminologist, Professor David Wilson, acknowledged a widespread disquiet in Norwegian society, driven by concerns that Norway's national identity and traditional culture are under threat from mass immigration, multiculturalism, and militant Islam. The logical implication is that the socialist regime which has ruled the country for decades must be at least partly responsible for this state of affairs. And if that is the case, then Breivik, unlike the EDL correctly identified, the ruling Labour Party as the culprit. Equally important is not to lose sight of the financial interests behind the political leadership. Norway's Prime Minister from 2005 to 2013, Jens Stoltenberg, is an economist and former finance minister. Jens' father, Thorvald Stoltenberg, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, is a trustee of the globalist pro-immigration and pro-Islamization, FRIED, which counts among its partners leading elements of the money power like George Soros. Similarly, among the participants at the 2008 Trilateral Commission meeting in Paris, which praised the internationalist policies of Obama and Sarkozy, were the executive director of the Confederation of the Norwegian Enterprise, Elsbeth Tronstad, who is also former vice president of ABB Oslo, and the Norsk Investor Forum consultant Marianne Lie, member of the Trilateral Commission's European executive. It will be recalled that rule by self-styled economic experts backed by international finance has been a socialist dream from the days of Karl Marx and Sidney Webb, and that finance and foreign ministers, as well as leaders of industry, business and banking, have come to represent the interests of self-seeking national and international elite groups. The first lesson to be drawn from all this is that it is imperative for any resistance movement to correctly identify both the causes and the right solutions, which must reflect the movement's democratic nature and objectives. No real progress is possible without a correct understanding of the situation, of the task before us, and of the actions required to achieve the desired results. The situation is that Western society has changed beyond recognition because the political system has thus changed, and this in turn is due to the system's takeover by anti-democratic forces. This means that in addition to the formation of new parties and the reformation of established ones, a more comprehensive approach is needed which makes use of new forms of political organization and action, and which involves larger sections of society than is generally expected. The world's anti-colonial and independence movements are an invaluable source of guidance and information. They show what nations can achieve through education, organization, and mobilization, while giving hope and inspiration to lovers of true democracy and freedom. Information on non-violent methods of political organization and action may be obtained from sources as diverse as Hans von Dach and Gene Sharp. Nor is indigenous disquiet over mass immigration, multiculturalism, and particularly Islamization restricted to Norway. It can be observed all over Europe, and is bound to increase together with its causes and the growing realization among ordinary citizens that the socialist nanny state has turned into a monster that is devouring its charge. It is in the nature of things that monsters will eventually be slain. The establishment's refusal to respond to legitimate public concern can only result in rising tension and ultimately open conflict. Professor Wilson's analysis, together with data from other countries dominated by the toxic mix of socialism and Islamism, shows that cracks are beginning to appear in the Fabian window used by the establishment to cloak the horrors of modern liberal democracy in a deceptive light. They are to be welcomed and made wider so that the light of truth can shine through in its full glory and bring true democracy and freedom to the world. And that's the end of the Milner-Fabian Conspiracy by Ioan Ratiu. Welcome the cracks that are beginning to appear in the Fabian window, and make them wider so the light of truth can shine through and bring freedom to the world. That's a really excellent sentiment on which to end the broadcast, I think. Now, I know out there a lot of the people in the audience are nerds like me, so I will go through the references and notes for this chapter. Or at least I'll get them on the screen for you so you can grab a snip or a screen grab or something if you want those. There's a lot for this chapter. It was I think we went through them already actually on a previous video, so I don't need to show them again. I've got some pencil marks on some of these, so I think we've already been through them. All right. Done. That is it. Complete. The 10th book. The 10th book on the channel. I never thought I would be here 10 books later when I started doing this, so cheers. Cheers to you all for hanging out and participating and liking and sharing and commenting and coming back to be here for this. We did it. That's the longest book we've done on the channel. So incredible, really. Food for thought. I got to go back and listen to all that again. You know, that was a real dense book. So much information, but tying together a lot of stuff that I've read and learned elsewhere, a lot of stuff that other people talk about. And yeah, where to start? I'd never really looked at Islam as such a threat. I want to say threat. I'm not going to sugarcoat my words, not after 4 hours of streaming. That book makes me feel like it's a threat. And I don't have Muslim friends, so I can't ask them, hey, are you guys trying to take over the world? But, you know, even if I did, they probably wouldn't be my friends for very long, would they? But what I do see, what I absolutely do 100% see, is a attack upon Christianity, or at least a deliberate and obvious attempt. Just like the word pride is weaponized, as I showed in the preamble ramble on Wikipedia, the word pride is weaponized. If it's white pride, it's a bad thing. If it's any other color pride, it's a good thing. Or if it's gay, gay pride's a good thing. Straight pride's a bad thing. And it's the same thing here. It's like being religious is a bad thing if it's Christianity, and it's a good thing if it's Islam. It's just exactly the same thing. Double standards, but it's relativism, right? That's what relativism leads to. This is why you got to investigate what is objectively true. You got to investigate and look at what is coherent and logical and non-contradictory. And then you get into the realm of philosophy and metaphysics and epistemology and all this other stuff that I'm a bit too dumb to explain right now. But, you know, I've got a few books on it, so we might dive into that someday. But you should all go talk to Heidi. She's good at that kind of stuff. She knows that she has a lot of good resources about metaphysics and epistemology and people who like to talk about this stuff. Go to Jay Dyer. He's a good place to start. Try and find that like worldview that is non-contradictory, and build up from there. But for sure, 100%, I've mentioned it before, Christianity is being bred out of people. We're being domesticated in the direction, and when I say we, I mean like the native populations of Europe and the Western world, the developed countries, the first world countries, the white populations. We're all being indoctrinated into scientific materialism and atheism for the most part. And, you know, I go to church with my grandmother, my granny, and it's there's a few younger people showing up, but for the most part, it's people her age, people my parents' age. So young people in particular, young white people are materialist, atheist, for the most part. I think the schooling does that. And I don't know if the same thing happens to young non-white people. I don't know if they get... I think their home life probably is more likely to have a strong emphasis of the Islamic religion, more so than young people are going to get at home from their white native families. I don't know though. I'm kind of tired now because that was a long stream, so I'll probably shut up here and wrap it up. It's not the time to be pontificating and trying to come up with profound things to say after reading that book, but I hope you all enjoyed it, and I'm very amazed that people are still hanging out on the live stream. What a humbling, heart-filling thing it is to have you all here with me, and I appreciate you all very much. So let's land this plane. 4 hours, 10 minutes. Goodness gracious. So allmylinks.com/Hayes Reviews. That's how you can find out what I do, stay in touch, check out my links, and there's all sorts on there. I mean, I put a lot of links there for the so we can stay in touch. We got Instagram, we got Twixter, we got Telegram. Shoot me an email, PayPal, buy me a coffee, Patreon, Subscribestar even. There's a Streamlabs link, which basically goes to the PayPal link. But that's another option if people want to do that. But the most important thing to do really is to just stay in touch. Subscribe to one of the channels, then you can see when I'm going live and participate in this awesome experiment that we are carrying out here, which is a learning journey, stretching our attention span, getting back to the lost art of learning from books. Let's bring it back. Let's make it cool again. I appreciate you all very much. I'm not sure when I'm going to start the next book. I'm not sure what the next book is yet. So I'm going to put out a poll on my Telegram channel. So find me on Telegram, and I'll put out a little survey with some books on it. And then we'll get started on that. I don't know. I'm going to take a little break. I'm flat out busy at the minute. I'm going to take a little break. I'll think about it. I'll pick a date, and I'll be back sometime in the next month. So if you have videos to catch up on, now is the time to do it before we start another book. So and of course there's the back catalog on the playlists here on YouTube. Has all the previous books on it, and then Rumble and Odyssey has 3 books on the playlists. 4 including this one that we've just finished. So you can go there if you want stuff to listen to. And don't forget, I should mention as well, you could join Devised if you want more stuff to listen to and learn from as well, because in Devised, as I mentioned earlier, you can go to the classroom. It's free. You join up, you go to the classroom, and you can get in 4 arguments for the elimination of television. And I guarantee you that if you haven't thrown your television away already, you will be seriously considering getting rid of it once you're 8 or 9 chapters into this book. But these are long form videos as well. We got like usually between 1 and 2 hours. So if you're missing me while I'm not live streaming for the next few weeks, here's a good place to come and get involved. And I'll still be doing these meetings, so you can hop on a call with me and participate. And wouldn't that be nice to collaborate and co-create educational resources together, which future members of the Devised community can enjoy and benefit from. Pay it forward, as they say. All right. Let's get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night, everybody. I'm super grateful, as always, to have you all here. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Time spent with loved ones, doing things you love. Take care. I hear there's a weather warning. It got a bit windy today. A few bins fell over, So be careful out there. And yeah, that's all I got to say. So I'll see you soon. Keep an eye out on my social media channels for when I'm going live next. I plan on making some clips. So I've got a few, like the interview with Heravoye and some of the talks with Melissa as well on Brave New World. I'm going to make some clips, put them out there in the meantime. And I'll be back with another book at some point. So thanks for being here. Very grateful to you all. Take care of yourselves and each other. And God bless.